see everybody's shiny faces on such a rainy, dark day, so thank you for being here. There's a few housekeeping issues I want to bring up before we officially get started. So with that said, then I'll recognize Barry, and then I'll recognize Chris Rose. But in the meantime, I wanted to share something with you as it relates to the TDC appointments. One of our members, Mike Williams from Innsbruck, has changed positions up there. He is still eligible to sit on the TDC, and he has asked for continuation in his new position. And therefore, I am bringing it to your attention to just ask all of you for a consensus so that we can continue moving forward with Mike Williams on our board. Given the transition that has already occurred, it seems kind of foolhardy to me to not accept his wishes. So, are you all in agreement? Mike Williams is from Innsbruck. What?
Is he still at Innsbruck?
He's still at Innsbruck, yeah.
Just a different position?
Yep.
Wait a minute.
And if I can help out with the chair and clarify, and I know that this is a subtle distinction, but under the statute, there's eligible categories that we seek applicants from. So previously, he was in a spot as a hotelier. He's not involved with the hotel operations anymore, but still is involved in the general tourism industry. So he's moved from hotelier to tourism. Your Tourist Development Council is required to have no less than 3 and no more than 4 hoteliers, so that balance remains as it should for the board. And really, this was just to seek consensus from you all that you were fine with him continuing on, although he has taken on a different position. And the thought was, if for any reason you wanted to take different action, it would need to come back to you at a county commission meeting. But we really just wanted to put on the record, he has switched from one eligible category to a different eligible category.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it really would only, and I don't know how much time he had, this is not changing his current term, right? He remains in his current length of term and everything?
That is correct. He would remain for whatever the remaining duration of his current term is.
So it would only really impact when his term is up and there's other applicants and they may fall in the hotel or tourist categories?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Justice. Anyone else? Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, he'll be working for the general manager directly.
Yes.
And I'm sure as the general manager transitions over the next months and maybe the next year, that'll be a position he'll be interested in. But I think from their position, I think it works well, and I think it still works well for us. So I would support that.
Yeah, Mr. Williams has been a great asset on the TDC.
He has, absolutely, and his knowledge and his input has been very valuable to all of us. Any questions, anything else? Good? Commissioner Latvala, you good? Commissioner Peters, you good? Commissioner Flowers? Okay. Got it, Jewel? All right, Barry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just wanted to kind of kick off another fun-filled week of budget information sessions. So today we have a lot of our judicial partners. We also have Convention and Visitors Bureau, Public Works, and we're going to touch on our capital improvement program. Remember that we're trying to get information, so these are informational sessions. This is the right time to ask questions about individual things that you see within their budgets. But there's a lot of new program requests that we'll have to take in context to the overall need and the overall request. That's what I'll be putting together between these informational sessions and when I deliver the recommended budget on July 18th. And so just keep that in context. There's a lot of needs, but you also see that there's a lot of cost increases that just to keep the lights on this year. So with that, we're looking at each one of these. You can certainly ask any questions, and after I make a recommendation, you can certainly change anything you wish. That'll be for our August meeting. So with that, unless there's questions, we'll kick it over to Chris to kick it off.
Chris?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Chris Rose with the Office of Management and Budget. First on your agenda is Article 5, and as it says right next to it, it is informational only. Quick history, Article 5 was a change made to the 5th article of the state constitution 20 some odd years ago, where it clearly defined the funding of the court functions at in each judicial district. So there are things that are defined as state funded, there are things that are defined as local funded, and there are things that are a little bit in between. So as we've done in past years, we're not going to present on it. It's there for informational only. I'd be happy to take any questions you have, and unless there are any questions, we'll move on to the county attorney's office next. But here for anything you may want to ask about Article 5.
Any questions on Article 5? If you do have any, Chris has a little primer that he gave to me last year, which I just recently reviewed.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Attorney. Oh,
So-
Chris, sorry.
Yes. So Shane Kunze will present first, and then we'll go over to Jewel for her portion of the day.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. I have the pleasure of presenting the County Attorney budget in partnership with our County Attorney, Jewel White. To start off with, I wanted to let you know our budget for this department is general funded and only general funded. And overall, we are expecting an increase of $18,450 or 0.3% to the budget overall. With 92% of the budget being driven by personnel services, I want to call out a couple items that are driving that minor increase that we're seeing and what's going on behind the scenes there, because they did have a 3% at the midpoint salary adjustment, and in FY23, we've had $115,500 injected into personal services distributed throughout the employees to help us with retention. We experienced 15% attorney turnover in FY22 and 25% turnover of attorneys in FY23 and 23% of internal staff also this year. So to try and alleviate that turnover that we were experiencing, it was approved that we would increase salaries this year. And so what you're seeing is not only that injection of funds, but also the 3% at the midpoint. Now, there's a second part of this story with that turnover. Even though we do have the 3% at the midpoint, new folks are coming in, and the more higher salaried veteran folks are leaving. So it's kind of balancing out with a very minimal increase of $18,000 this year. Furthermore, our operating expenses are going up slightly. It's a difference of $50,900 or 11.6%. This is predominantly driven by the purchase of computers through the BTS plan, which we've touched on earlier. This is normal for departments and outside of their control. And finally, there's a difference of $5,710 for their memberships. They are looking to increase their legal research and review catalog and have asked for that 9.5% increase there. With that is the major drivers for their budget. I am going to now pivot to County Attorney Jewel to touch on some of the good works and accomplishments and other items happening.
Well, good morning. Getting a little bit different view of all you all today from over here. But I think that Shane really hit on the numbers and the budgetary aspects, but I'll go over a few things with you. I want to introduce Melissa Kennedy, who's our office manager in the county attorney's office. Melissa has been with our office for several years. She started first as a legal secretary and was promoted into her current position basically right around the beginning of the pandemic. And at that time, we also shifted management of our legal secretaries to Melissa. So she's a manager now and manages our legal secretaries, which I think has worked out wonderfully since she was previously in that position, and definitely understands the needs and of our secretaries and also our receptionist. So Melissa really is the one that we have to thank for putting together the county attorney's budget, not so much me. And I know that she's done a great deal of work with Shane and Chris. So I know that you all have heard a number of presentations already from other departments, and will continue to do so. I'll just say, lingering in the background of everything you hear is the county attorney's office. We support everybody else, just about everybody else you're going to hear from here, obviously with some obvious exceptions. But we're in the back, we're behind the scenes on everything. We try to stay behind the scenes, we try to get involved early, but a lot of what you've heard here already, and like I said, and we'll continue to hear, we're involved in some manner. I know you've heard from other folks about work plans and the like. We don't have a work plan. We follow the work of our clients. So we follow where their work plans lead us. So we don't do one of those formally. The accomplishments is also not in this budget. The 7 of you will be getting the pretty thorough memo that I do every year in anticipation of the County Attorney Oversight Committee meeting. I'm putting that together right now. It's a bit lengthy. I'm trying to shorten it for you all before I send it out. But you'll see a great number of accomplishments on there, which again is reflective of our legal support of all of the client work that you're hearing about. You've heard Shane already mention one of the big challenges in our office is the turnover that we continue to experience for a variety of reasons, it appears to us. I'll say that when Melissa was promoted into her position around April of 2020, her predecessor told her, don't worry about all these filling positions and doing requisitions because we never do that here. And she's probably done almost nothing but that since she took this position because we've had so much turnover. I don't feel like that's unique to us. I think that that's going on quite a number of places. And it's been for a variety of reasons. Some have been retirements that we've been able to plan for. And in fact, in this current fiscal year, we have a couple of double encumbrances that we put into this current year's budget to help us transition people that we knew were retiring so that we could take advantage of some of that knowledge of their job and also institutional knowledge to help the new folks on staff get up to speed. We did, in fact, give out raises to try to stop some of the pillaging of our staff. I'm a little dismayed to tell you that two current outside counsel have hired people from my staff. I was a little upset by that, but these things are happening, so we're doing everything we can to try to keep our staff in place. Every time we have to turn over staff, the management team has to stop what they're doing, advertise, interview, get somebody on board, and then spend time training them. While we have vacancies on staff, all of the other attorneys are having to pull double duty to cover that work while we have those vacancies. Fortunately with retirements we can plan. When we get 2 weeks notice, it's really hard to plan, and inevitably somebody has to end up covering. So we have a lot of attorneys that have been pulling double duty, covering things for the last couple of years. Melissa's had her hands full getting positions filled because it's not just attorneys, it's support staff as well. So that's probably been our biggest challenge, but I try to talk to the clients as much as I can. I think that everybody remains satisfied with the work that their attorneys are doing for us because we don't have a shy bunch of clients. They're more than willing to speak up, we feel like, when they have issues. So, yes.
Okay, just if you could just slow down for a minute, and I'd like to know how many vacancies do you have currently on your attorney level?
Currently 0, because we just, the attorneys that you all met at the last county commission meeting had all, one of them, it was the second day at work. Currently, we are full. We just had a legal secretary start yesterday. So with that, the entire staff is full right now, and we're hoping that it remains that way for a while.
Great. Glad to hear that for sure. Okay, please continue.
And I was just going to say, I think with that, I'm going to wrap up. I will say right now, the one kind of vacancy I'll say right now is we have an attorney out on paternity leave. So we're covering for him right now, but other than that, we are fully staffed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you for the report. You touched on the vacancy or the turnover. Salaries, benefits, retirement, is it a mix of benefits? What's out there that, obviously the private sector has a higher salary range, but are we not providing the right benefit mix to complement our little lower salary? What's the issue and what dynamics do we have going on?
I think a lot of it comes down to salary. I don't want to try to presuppose what some of the lawyers may be thinking, but I will a little bit. I think that what we've seen has been some of our lawyers that are in the maybe 7 to 10 or 11 year range. Some of them have hit 10 years and been able to have their student loans forgiven by virtue of working for a public sector employer and have left. Some, I'm going to guess, since they may be younger, may not care as much about the pension and wealthy benefits that we have. But I do think we've sort of been keeping an eye on that 10-year threshold, and we've seen a couple lawyers leave recently once they hit that 10-year mark and were able to have their student loans forgiven.
You have a
Or the remaining balance, I should say, of their student loans.
Do you have a chance to do exit interviews with them?
We have when we can get it done in time, and we're not hearing that there's any flaws with the office. We're hearing, more money, other opportunities. I know that we had an attorney leave to move to California, for instance. In fact, I was on vacation in April out in California and saw him. And he told me how much he liked living in the San Francisco Bay Area, but told us, thankfully, that he liked working for us better than he did the City of San Jose City Attorney's Office. So, that was good, I think, input to get, but I don't know, he likes California better than Florida. So it's really a variety of reasons that people are leaving.
Thank you.
A lot of folks that we interview will ask, can I work virtually 100% of the time? And we tell them no. We have to come to these sunshine boards in person. Court hearings are by and large in person once again. We do allow the attorneys and exempt staff to work remotely up to 2 days a week, and the other staff, the classified staff, up to 1 day a week. So we are providing a hybrid option. But I think that may contribute to folks that just prefer to work 100% from home, and that's just not a policy that we feel works for our office.
Commissioner Latvala?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jewel. When the county is sued by a business or whoever, a contractor or whatnot, and we are the prevailing party, do we traditionally try to go after them for our attorney fees?
If it is the type of lawsuit that allows for that, we will. Probably the majority of our cases are liability cases. You all hear me talk about the trip and falls on sidewalks, auto accidents. Those are not the types of cases that we can recover funds on. Generally, you have to have either a contract or a statute that provides for attorney's fees, but we do seek attorney's fees when eligible to do so, with varying levels of success.
Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jewel. And I just want to say appreciate you and your office always being available to answer questions. This is an impossible question to accurately answer, so just your gut feel. How do you feel about your staffing, your team right now going into 24?
I feel really good. I will tell you that we've hired a couple of folks recently that we're going to have to train up in the area that we hired them for. But I do feel that the people that we have hired, we feel really good about. And so we think they're capable of having that training. And as by way of example, one of the new ones that you met at the county commission meeting is going to be taking over labor and employment from a 30-year employee who's retiring. And thankfully, he's getting to spend 4 weeks with our attorney who's retiring, so he'll get that level of training while she remains available for another week or two. And, hopefully we'll provide resources. One of the other things that we do and is in the budget, it is in the budget every year, is we do provide for continuing legal education for our lawyers. So again, for instance, we'll have him seeking out labor and employment seminars to go to and provide him the tools to get up to speed on that. And that's the same, really, with all the attorneys. Labor and employment is a hard one because we had one attorney doing it for so long, but the vast majority of the other things that we handle, we have attorneys on staff, remaining on staff that can help them through, and their managers are a great resource too. But it's been challenging for my managers over the last few years, working with new attorneys and getting them trained up and maintaining it, but I feel really good about our staff right now.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Barry has a comment or a question, but before he speaks, I just want to ask you, Jewel, I cannot remember the time frame between when I started as a county commissioner and when we were in a position to have to hire a new county attorney. And I remember being so surprised and just incredibly proud of some of our applicants, one of which was you, because it wasn't until then that I understood or knew anything about your background or what you have accomplished and or done. And I think before we have the county attorney evaluation, which is coming up very quickly, for the benefit of our entire commission, it would really be helpful if you could send that resume out to everyone on the commission. I think especially for our new folks, it'll give you a broader perspective and background on who it is we're dealing with over there in the pink jacket today. Barry.
Commissioners, what Joel started with, I don't want to get overlooked because I saw several questions around how to stabilize the workforce. She has increased salaries within, so she's revised her pay structure. And that will help stem that exit, or at least that's the thought, right? And so that's built into her base budget. And I don't want that to get lost because you're going to see that in several areas where we saw turnover rates that were just, an area where we had to take action. And so as we've made those adjustments, we then now, what the budget that's being presented to you has that built in as a base. And so just so you understand, you'll see that in several areas. But I wanted to highlight that because that is one of the actions that we worked with Joel on this year. And so that goes into the way in which she's presenting her budget.
And if I could, just following on that, and thanks for pointing that out, Barry, because we do try when possible, like for instance, 30-year retiring attorney, we hired at a much lower level. So there was a significant savings in salary just in that one change alone. So were it not for the computer replacement that we have in our budget for next year, we would be under budget. Every raise that we gave out was within our current budget, and we were able to accomplish that by the difference in salaries of the people that were departing and the people that we were hiring. So that covered the entire amount.
Okay. Anything else? No more questions?
Well, I will depart by saying, and Commissioner Long, thank you for recognizing, I have participated in quite a number of things over the years. You will see my Chief Assistant, Don, sitting there, who will remain with you for the remainder of this week. I am departing and going to the Florida Bar Convention. I am a past president of the Young Lawyers Division there, and I had hoped to be there last year to wish the first Young Lawyers president, who is a government lawyer since me, to good luck in her year. However, I got COVID, so I stayed home. So I'm going to go there this year and wish her congratulations on her way out, because again, I think it's remarkable to see another government lawyer there. It's not an easy thing to do as a government lawyer without a firm back there supporting you and giving you the money to help you make it happen. So I will be leaving you in capable hands and hopefully not experiencing so much rain as I drive across the state to Boca Raton.
Wonderful. And I'm not overlooking you, Mr. Crowell. I've seen your background as well. And that leads me to say, we don't spend enough time talking about the expertise that we have within the county attorney's office. And I'm not sure that we do a very good job sharing that with our community either, because you do hear grumblings every now and then, oh, it's the county attorney's office. They're not the, people don't think that it's the cream of the crop, but in reality, it pretty much is a very high-powered law firm that you're running up there. And I think it's important for not only the commission, but the rest of our community to recognize it as well.
Well, thank you for those kind words, and I know that my staff very much appreciates hearing that as well.
Thank you. Okay, and next we have the tax collector and his office. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair.
How are you today?
Doing great.
Looking mighty chipper.
Well, I'm alone. My crew is actually, my budget crew is not here with me today because, is my mic off?
You have to turn it on.
Now my mic is on.
There you go.
Good morning, everyone. At any rate, here alone, the rest of the crew that works the budget with me is in a workshop with the Department of Revenue right now.
Uh-oh.
In preparation for our budget. So the budget I'm going to talk about with you today is preliminary to some degree because we'll be tightening that up to submit to DOR around the end of July for approval. However, I can tell you that my team and I continue to work and craft a budget that's neither insufficient nor excessive in order to meet the duties and responsibilities of the office. And I think that we have done a good job in putting that together. overall, it's about a 3.78% increase. And a good bit of that is in capital outlay that I'm going to talk about a little bit in a minute. Probably the target you're most interested in is the one that the Office of Management and Budget prepares under your direction, and they give us a target of net commissions. And at this point, we're a little off on that. And there's a couple of reasons for that, and then a couple of things I'd like to talk about how we believe that will be mitigated. The first one is that we just recently gave a 98-cent an hour raise across the board to all of our classified folks. And the reason for that, and I think you just heard a lot about turnover and retention, is that at my in-service day, the beginning of May, I heard from my folks that the Pasco County tax collector was actually paying people more than we were. The next week, I had a call from the Hillsborough County tax collector asking for salary data from us because they're working to move their minimum pay, starting pay, to $20 an hour. And that concerned us greatly. We're short on staff as it is. I have about 29 people that live in Pasco County, another 14 that live in Hillsborough County that work for us. We have an incredible investment in recruiting and training those folks, and the value they bring in that training and their skills to serve the public was just, in my mind, too large to jeopardize losing those folks outside of the county. So this did not increase this year's budget. We have enough vacancies that we were able to fund that raise across the board within the budget, but it does affect next year's budget going forward. But there's another expense in there that is also affecting this, and it's been a $600,000 capital asset expense in the fiscal year 24 budget that's related to the Mid-County Service Center renovations. That's actually been in my budget the last 2 years, but the renovation has been delayed due to supply chain issues and whatnot. And actually, I think Barry and some of his folks might be able to talk to that better than I. I'm not able to carry over dollars from year to year, so I've just had the budget for it. It's not been expended there, and so we need to put it back in this year. But it looks to me like we're actually going to get this accomplished this year, and that's a facility that needs to be updated and renovated so that we can safely and efficiently serve the public. So I talked about mitigation. I think there's opportunity for us still to close that gap. In our fiscal year 21 budget, we had estimated excess fees at about $9.95 million. We actually returned 7.3% greater than that, almost $10.7 million. So we always work and continue to strive to do things better, faster, cheaper along the way. And the track record illustrates that. In fiscal year 22, our DOR approved budget said that we would be returning about $9.7 million in excess fees. We actually returned over $12.4 million, which is about 27.9% more than reflected in an approved budget. So we know at this point we're still kind of in a preliminary state. We do believe we can close that gap, and we're going to work towards it. And that's really about the extent of my presentation, other than any questions you might have that I will try to answer.
Questions from the commissioners? Anybody? No.
I'll just add that on the renovations to the Mid-County office, that's one of the things we're looking at, whether we can afford that within our budget and go ahead and do it within our capital budget and facilities, or whether he pays for it. Either way, it comes out at the end, because if he pays for it out of his, then we get less and excess fees that are returned. So That's one of the budgetary items that we're trying to determine kind of how to accomplish it. But either way, it'll get done.
So I have a question about the renovations. It's the Mid-County Service Center, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the one located on 66th Street?
No, that's the one located on, well, it's on Starkey. It's at roughly the intersection of Starkey and Almerton Road.
Oh,
but
it's
back
over
within
there where
that
the
industrial park.
supervisor's office is.
Exactly. Yeah, in the same park the Supervisor of Elections facility is in.
What kind of renovations are there? Are they?
Well, this past week, and I think there's one more to go, new air conditioning units were placed on the roof. I think the roof has been redone or is nearly redone. Interior renovations, it's been years since painting and some different things that need to be done, updating of furniture, and there's just a number of things within there.
Okay, well, I was just curious because I recently received a communication from a citizen raving about the services at the tax collector's office, and they had had a reason to go to the one up in Pasco, and they were there for hours, and they came to hours for the same thing, only in Pinellas County, and they were in there for 20 minutes, and they were done. So I thought, I've got to remember to share that with Carlos. I thought
Thank
it
you,
was a great
Commissioner.
story.
And I'll be sure to share that with my folks. If I may, there is probably one other thing that I should let you all know. You know, we've been on an appointment mandate system now for the last 3 years. As of next Friday, June 30th, that will no longer be the case.
Oh,
We will be taking walk-ins. We'll still encourage appointments. I think they're good, and they help people prep to come into the office, but they'll no longer be necessary. And honestly, for the last 6 months, we've been serving about 5,000 to 6,000 customers per month without appointments. And there's a number of reasons why we've reached that decision, but that kind of confuses the message to people. Do or I don't I need the appointment? But we're still going to work really hard to keep those wait times where they need to be. And thank you for that.
good. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Carlos. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
What's your percentage of transactions that are being done online right now, and how do you see that trend going forward?
Well, there's a few things that you can do online, and there's a number of transactions that you cannot do online. The ones that we're able to do right now are some driver's license renewals, tax payments can be done online, and registration renewals. One of the numbers that I've been really excited about a year ago, we updated our website and switched to a .gov domain at the same time. And since that time, we've seen about 18% of registration renewal customers come into the office. We're routinely hitting about 82% of those registrations being handled either through the mail or online, and where we saw the growth was online. We continue to see growth in tax payments. And at that, I look at it as electronic payment activity. Now, about 40% of all taxes are paid electronically because they are transmitted from escrow management companies. 40% of the properties are bundle their taxes, their insurance, and their mortgage payment, and those funds are escrowed and must be remitted to us no later than November 30th in order to receive the 4% discount. So about 40% off the top are coming electronically because those escrow management companies, that's the way they pay these days. And probably about another 40% are mail and internet. We see somewhere 10, maybe as many as 20% will still walk in to make tax payments. And we set up during the busiest times some stations actually in the front of the facilities where people don't even have to come all the way in. They can come in, drop off a payment, get a stamped receipt, and move on. Try and make that easier. I don't have the numbers on driver's license renewals off the top of my head right now.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Commissioner Latvala, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Is there any talk of expanding the kiosks at Publix program that y'all are doing? And is that still a resounding success?
That's a great question, Commissioner. Actually, that has continued to see growth. At this point, I don't really get to dictate how many of those will be at Publix. I can request a few, and actually next week, when I'm at the AMVA conference, ITI, who provides those kiosks, will be there, and we'll talk about opportunities to expand that program to further Publix locations. I can tell you that what they're looking for is roughly about 800 transactions a month per kiosk to really feel like it's working the way they need it to work. Our Pinellas Park location is hitting about 1,000 a month. The others somewhere between 400 and 600. We're not quite there yet, but I think as people become more aware of them, they're more comfortable with their use. We'll see that grow. We did have one kiosk at the Publix in Tarpon Springs on US 19, just south of Tarpon Road. That one just never really got any use. So we moved it down to the one at Alderman and 19 on the east side of US 19 at Alderman Road. And it took a little while, but we're up to about 350 a month there now. We never got over 99 at the old location. So that's continuing to grow, and we'd like to see that grow even more.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah. Well, good to see you, Carlos.
Nice to see you,
and
sir.
also, Commissioner Scott touched on my first question. So the other one is the capital that we're talking about. So just kind of in the other hat that I wear in my business world is representing tenants looking for space and negotiating contracts or negotiating TI improvements. So you're talking about $600,000 of improvements to the space, a lot of which seem to me that are more base building oriented should be being provided through our rent to the owner. So maybe you can touch on that a little bit, like how we go about handling, and maybe it's more the real estate side that we need to include in that, but just your comments on that.
Well, I will tell you that I'm really not an expert in buying, developing, or managing real estate. That's just it's not an area that I really feel tremendously qualified in, and the reason why I like working with the county commission and the administrator's real estate management department to help us with those things.
Okay.
So Mid-County is actually owned by the county. It was about 6-7 years ago, I think we were still leasing that from a landlord.
Oh, that's where I got that.
And then the county bought the building.
Okay, so that's
these
ours now.
improvements are on property that you own.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that. Appreciate it. And thank you for being the bank for us, that 600,000.
Our pleasure.
All right. Anything else? Thank you, Carlos, so much. Nice
Thank
to see you today.
And I'll be sure to let the crew know about your compliment and and bragging about the service levels. That means a lot to them. They work
Wonderful.
hard to serve the citizens.
And tell Rose DeGennaro I said hello.
You've got it.
Thank you. Next is our great state attorney, Bruce Bartlett. Good morning.
Leave this thing on for me? Good. Good morning, Commissioners. As you know from my previously submitted budget proposal, there's an increase of approximately $81,000 over last year. I would direct you to look at the increases we are having with the life cycle replacements of our computers. They're up now. And we also, now going to two-factor authentication, have those YubiKey things we have to have. So that's about $34,000. Totally it brings us up to about $108,000 with just those two items. So although we're asking for more, it's got necessary needs that are as a result of the technological replacements and utilizing the two-factor authentication now throughout the office. And then, as you know, the state attorney's office, and I've readily admitted this, has been technologically advanced as the computers go since I've took over. And we've tried to gradually improve that situation where the lawyers now have computer laptops they take with them when they're on duty. They can do warrants from remote locations. We have the addition of the cost for the hotspots that are there also to allow them to be able to have Wi-Fi from those locations, and it's really helped out a lot because we've also automated that we have our warrants now that we can do through Cloud Gavel, and they're all done electronically. So we don't have to go knock on the door of the judge's house in the middle of the night and wake him or her up and say, hey, we need to sign this warrant. It's all done in a matter of minutes once you get everything done and brought together. So that's where a lot of the money has gone in the years past too, in the last 2 or 3 years since I've been around as state attorney, and it's gone into improvements on the electronic end of things. So that's where you're seeing a lot of that jumping around a little bit. And I will tell you that there'll be a budget amendment. It'll be in August, I think. We have it's about $171,000, $177, depends on if they give a discount, but to improve or replace the radios in our investigators' cars. We have 26 sworn law enforcement investigators who are on the road at all different various times, and they have radios that then transmit back to the office, and they also can communicate with the sheriff. So Motorola no longer supports the radios that we have, which were radios we got through the county many years ago, and as a result, we've been cannibalizing the existing radios to be able to make one of the radios work. And it's just time for a change. And Motorola just said, well, you can't get replacement parts or anything like that now. So.
Is that true throughout the law enforcement community?
Well, the sheriff I know is transitioning to new radios because we went to him to see which ones he was getting to make sure we would work on the new system that's coming up when it gets done, being installed. So there's a life existence for the radios, just like a lot of the electronics. And they just, of course, it's business for them. They no longer support repairing those items, so you then have to transition over. So that's kind of where we find ourselves.
And that's being worked through our process now to be on your agenda for approval here in August. So that'll be this fiscal year, yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems to be the way of the world that, things are built for a length of time and they automatically just stop working. So you have to go out and buy new. I think it's a conspiracy by our
Well, you used to be able to get 20 years
industry.
on a central air conditioner, and
What?
now I tell you it's 10 years to 8 years. I said
Yeah.
you used to be able to go buy a central unit for your house.
Seriously, remember the days when it was a 20-year guarantee? I don't think that exists anymore. Or they say it does, but they don't really mean it. Anyway.
And just from a State of the Union presentation, things are kind of settling down from COVID now a little bit. We're stabilizing in our ability to find support staff. Lawyers are hit or miss. We'll see. I'll know more when we see how the bar results are this September on our new ones that are coming in. But it's better than it has been, but it's not great. So for the office-wide, for Pinellas and Pasco, we handle about close to 80,000 cases a year. So we're down right now. We have about 100 and I would say 55 lawyers.
In the office?
Yes, that's down from our normal staffing of about 170.
Well, how many do you usually have when you're
About
fully?
175. Remember also, we have, with a contract through the state of Florida, Children and Families, we have Juvenile Welfare Board, welfare services, anyway. We perform what Children and Families does for the statewide basis. We are the only surviving pilot program that was done by 4 different state attorneys' offices and the Attorney General. They all have not been able to survive except for us. And we actually have them housed in our facilities, and we pay the county rent through the money we receive from children and families to pay to you folks, and that totals up approximately $61,000 a year, $62,000 a year.
So what do you think your success is due to?
I think we can do it better for less.
Oh,
We consolidated, we brought them in with us. They were 3 different locations in Pinellas County. And they just got rid of the last one, was the Attorney General in Tampa. And
Wow.
so
Congratulations.
we're still going, so, since early 90s. But anyway, that's just something else that we have in there that counts on those lawyers. So we have roughly, probably 28 people, 28 lawyers circuit-wide on that.
right, thank you. Anything from the commissioners for Mr. Bartlett? No? No? No?
One quick question.
I knew you would have one.
Just one. It's more
Commissioner.
curiosity. You talk about the new attorneys coming in. So what's the normal turnover there every year? I mean, I know you have them and you plan for them and all that, but what's the...
For many, many years, we were averaging about an 11 to 12% turnover rate. The idea is you want to keep them at least 3 years. We ask for a 3-year commitment because by the time you train them for the first year to 18 months and they become more capable of handling cases, then they make it up to felonies. And the majority of them stayed usually around the 5 to 7 year mark. Some leaving at 3 if they already had plans and were just there to get trial experience. But this pandemic blew that number away, so I couldn't even begin to tell you.
Okay.
We were losing people left and right. And it's kind of like there's no, Jewel was talking about people stealing away her lawyers, and I've had the same problem with the other government agencies who pay more.
Or private firms.
The Pasco County Attorney's Office has yanked 2 or 3 of my good lawyers that I had that were like long-term lawyers, paying them more money. But fortunately, the last couple of years, the state's been very good to us with cost of living and other monies that we have been able to funnel towards our lawyers, which has kind of helped out a lot in their leaving or staying decisions. Because you have a lot of insurance defense firms come in, and Sarah has the same problem, and they offer them $100,000, $120,000 a year, which is a $25,000, $30,000 increase. It's hard to compete with that. You just can't.
Yep.
I think you're right. I think there's a lot of government groups and private sector that take from each other. So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can feel for our county attorney, but on the same, I'm sure it happens,
Yeah.
different
Yeah,
directions.
and I don't think, she's able to pay usually more than we can pay to in our area because we just have so much volume of
Yeah.
But as a example of the excellent type of training the state attorney's office in our county provides, I know personally and have a daughter-in-law who was there for 7 years, and when she left, she tripled her salary in a private firm who had indicated that nobody does criminal defense better than a former state attorney. I just thought that was the greatest compliment, so thank you for all you do.
They do get trial experience, so. Anyway, that's our story over there.
Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate
No problem.
it. Yeah.
Thank you all for everything.
Thank you
Take
very
care.
much. And next, we have, one of my favorites. Come on up, Judge. Come on up. Chris?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Don't run out of the room, please. I have that effect on a lot of people.
I knew you were in good hands, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Bartlett a question before he leaves the room. I'll
Okay.
be right back, don't worry.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As most of you know, I'm Tony Rondolino, the Chief Judge, for a couple more days. And that's an added pleasure for me to introduce to you our next Chief Judge, Sean Crane, who has been my right-hand man in Pasco County for many, many years, and very pleased that he's going to be taking over these responsibilities and visiting with you all in the future on our budget. When the chair started talking about Article 5 a little bit and the introductory remarks regarding court funding, Article 5. I just couldn't help but reflect back on the years that I've appeared in front of our county commission here, and what a great experience it's been. The funding for the courts is confusing at best because it's transitioned, as some of the initial remarks indicated, from being primarily a state responsibility. You know, when I first started as a lawyer, we had a judge and a judge's secretary called a judicial assistant, and then we had courthouses. Typically, the courthouses were owned by the county, and so the county said, here's where you do your work, judge, and oh, well, I'll give you a telephone. And that was pretty much it. Of course, security with the sheriff, and pretty simple. But there were responsibilities, all of which, other than the salary for the judge and the judicial assistant, essentially the county responsibility. So technology budget, that was phones when I started. Not when I started as chief judge, of course. So it has now become this morass, I will call it, of confusion because we've transitioned. Article 5 was revised by what was called Revision 7. A lot of responsibilities of the county were shifted to the state, but there still remain considerable responsibilities for the county. We are extremely thankful that we've had wonderful relations with Pinellas County over the years, not only in terms of operations, but budget. And I think that's been due not only to the quality of the commissioners and the staff. Of course, your administrative staff is key, but also to the fact that this county has recognized the significance and importance of our judicial operations, and that includes the state attorney and the public defender. And it actually, the bigger family for our constitutional partners is the clerk, the sheriff, and all of those who support the functions of the court, both civil and criminal, jail, for example. So without heaping more praise on you all, I will just say thank you all very much. It's been a tremendous experience as a lawyer and as a judge and as a chief judge working with the commissions over the years. And I would like to say, I think our court system before me and under my administration, I know under Judge Crane's administration, is going to be very budget conscious. We do bring funds in. There are revenues that the court system generates. We also have grants. We seek money where we can get it, and partnering with the state, grant funding, other entities, and the county, we're able to survive and provide what I think is great services for the citizens of Pinellas County. There has been some comment about the differences in services in Pasco County in some areas, and I think I'm going to have to reflect on that here very, very candidly. We are so thankful that we have the support of the commission here. I wish we had a little better support in Pasco County. Sean, having worked in Pasco almost all of the last several decades, is going to continue to work on the budget problems in Pasco. But let me address our specific funding requests here. As I think I reflect on the past 8 times I've been here, it's about the same. We're extremely conservative in what we're requesting. Thankfully, our budget staff, our court administrator, and our budget people get together with Barry's staff. As a matter of fact, that is Mr. Burton, his key financial folks, our court administrator, and Sean and I met, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, going over all the things that we had jointly worked together with your folks on, and I think we're well within the parameters. There are expenses that really are almost out of our control that cause us to have a little over 4% increase. A lot of that has to do with the salary increases that employees of the county who work for us are getting. Some of it has to do with technology monies that, as you know, those of you who were on the BTS board and certainly your interaction with BTS and CGIS know that we're kind of held hostage by our wonderful technology these days. Whether we like it or not, like the air conditioning systems of old, the computer systems don't last forever. We've got to update our computer systems, and so some of the technology expenses that cause our increase in FY24 over 23 are as a result of the having to replace those kinds of things. There are two positions, and in talking with Mr. Burton and his staff, I know you all are very, very concerned about the positions, the number of positions. Obviously, that becomes a problem in the future when you hire somebody and have to continue to support those expenses. And there are two that we have included in our request for a decision package. One is a security analysis position, and that's on 1 FTE. It might seem a little bit strange that with all of the whole building full of BTS people right next to us, that we would be needing folks, but the court has independent systems, and let me just give you a little bit of a description here of why we might need this security analyst. They're increasing, as you know, from your security meetings, cybersecurity threats and concerns, and thankfully BTS is really on top of that. They secure and provide our support for our network, but the court has, and our court technology office has responsibilities under the Constitution and statutes to secure our own sensitive electronic data. We have several systems, our Windows Active Directory domain, Office 365, network-based electronic systems, and other things that we have to marshal our defenses for sort of independently. This position, although it's 1 FTE, what we're trying to do is cobble together sort of a joint funding with Pasco County, seeking to have 25% of the funding for this position approved in Pasco and 75% approved here. So being a realist, I'm going to say we may be very fortunate and maybe not in having you all approve this, but it may be an approval for not if we can't get Pasco on board for part of it. So, it's kind of a good news, bad news thing. The other aspect of this is we're continually trying to support our technology needs from the state. So that is the number one position that we're talking about in our decision package. Number two, the family support parenting time coordinator, and this is 1 FTE, and I could go over what that person does a little bit, but I think it's a position that will be helpful to us. And one of the things that we're involved with is trying to keep families together, trying to support the children in these circumstances where their primary parental caregivers are having problems, whether they be in drug court or other court. The good news here is, once again, we're always looking for grants or ways to fund things, and we have partnered with JWB. And so it's anticipated, I believe it's approved, that the funding for this FTE, if approved by the county, would come from JWB. So I think, fundamentally, all we're really looking for is the approval of the FTE that we can then move the funds from JWB into. So these are pretty modest requests. I do understand that there may be some likelihood we wouldn't get the technology position, but I think that, hate to use the colloquialism, no-brainer, the position for the family parenting coordinator, not really going to cost, I don't think, the county anything. So without going into all the other complications in the budget, I think we're very, very close to where we want to be. I'll ask Barry if he has any comments from our meeting about what the court is seeking.
No comments. That we still have a lot of work to do regarding new decision packages. Obviously, if you secured the funding from JWP, that takes that as a non-issue. We typically revenue neutral type issues we can handle within the budget. The IT position, something we need further discussion on.
Yeah, and on that, I would note that we've, of course, discussed this IT position and the need for it with your folks, primarily Jeff Roars, and they're backing us on recognizing the need for it. So, maybe if we don't get it at this point, that'll be something that'll come up again in the future. These threats aren't going to go away. They're getting worse. We can't get insurance, as you know. So it's a continuing problem. Kind of an aside, our chair was present for the ribbon cutting out at the annex, where we've moved forward. The judges actually have moved into the building. Judge Crane has an office there, the new chief judge's office, and I think we gave a little tour to those who wanted it. And once again, I find myself grateful and thankful for the support that the county has given, and that's turned out to be a really great new addition to our county facilities, and is going to provide service, not really criminal services. Those are family services out there at that justice complex. We used to call it the criminal justice complex, and now it's the justice complex. So, yeah, it is a wonderful facility. And there were renovations to the other side of the building, including a vast expansion of the jury facility for our clerk, work on the clerk's offices, rudimentary things like an addition of some bathrooms, and just that's been a huge project. I think it was on time and budget. Really, really creative contractors did a wonderful job. So I'll invite any of you all who happen to be in the area, if you haven't seen it, to come out, and either I will give you a tour or Judge Crane will. So I'll open it up to any questions anybody has about what's going on in the court system.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Your Honors. So curious on the security position, how did you fall on the 25% split with Pasco County, and is there any reason that Pasco wouldn't pay half of that?
Well, the balance of the number of judges that we have and the activities that we have are much greater in Pinellas County. Just as an example, the number of county judges in Pasco County, what do we have, 5 county judges in Pasco County, and we have another 12, 14 something in Pinellas. So there's just a disparity in terms of the amount of work and the number of computers, considerably different. So I'm going to tell you, probably in the future it's going to get to be 50-50 the way the growth is going up there. Right. It's insane. But so far, we've at least, I was reflecting on this yesterday, I don't think we've gotten a new county judge or circuit judge position 12, 15 years. And that belies what has happened in Pasco County with the huge growth there. One of my efforts coming in as chief 8 years ago was recognition of the fact that they're growing, and they don't have enough judges. And I've actually shifted 2 circuit judges who were housed and functioning on, working on cases in Pinellas, and moved them to Pasco County. So we've reduced the number of judges in Pinellas and increased the number of judges in Pasco just by, I can't move county judges, but I can move circuit judges. So that's kind of the reason there's a differential in the percentages. But that was a good question.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. First of all, the professionalism that you've shown, the office that you've held for the last years has been amazing. I just want to tip my hat to you for that. Also, with a new commissioner trying to understand the CJIS board and all that goes on there, it took me, I'm still working on it, but you've always been gracious with your time and helpful. And I just, you know, in this day and age when people are rushing and running and doing all kinds of things, you always take the time to do that. And I think it's something for all of us to take into account. So I appreciate it, and I wish you all the very best in that next phase of your life. So
Thank you for those kind comments. And as you know, I'm not only stepping down as chief, I'm retiring from the bench at the end of July. So it's been 33 and a half years since I walked into the courtroom on January 2nd of 1990. And my very first day on the job, I walked in and did a jury trial in the old courtroom. And even before that, of course, I've been involved in the system here. Came down to, before I passed the bar, and was working in the public defender's office in the Clearwater old courthouse, as a matter of fact. So it's almost, well, it's 49 years ago. So I've seen a lot of changes. But for an old guy, I'm a technology, I wouldn't say I'm a geek, but I really like technology, you know, from the computer resources that we use here to the computers that we use at home. We're completely locked in and addicted to those resources, but I hope that we don't get too tied into it with artificial intelligence, and I hope we don't get too reliant on it. I think one of the most important things that we all have, that we all share, no matter what chair that we're sitting in, is that technology is great, you know, computers are wonderful assistants, but it's the people that we have, people who sit in these chairs of responsibility, like all of you have taken your responsibilities very seriously, and the relationships that we have with our various partners, and you all have many relations. We have our justice partners. Those things, the people things, are the, here I'm some old retired guy, you know, reflecting on this kind of stuff, so bear with me. I think that's, you know, that's the most important thing. And coming out of COVID, there's been some talk about, you know, getting back to court and getting back to in-person proceedings. I am a huge proponent of getting back to the interpersonal relationships that causes being face-to-face, as opposed to, you know, being a TV screen talking. There are obviously times when that's convenient and necessary, but I really value the personal relationships that I've had with many of you all over the years, and thank you for your support of the judiciary and support of me personally.
well, we'll be missed personally and professionally, and look forward to working with you, Judge
I
Crane.
look forward to working with you all as well.
Commissioner Flowers? Oh, you're just waving.
She's waving goodbye to me. All right, thank you very much.
Where are you going? We're not done.
Oh, okay. Huh?
Anyone else? No? Commissioner Latvala? Commissioner Flowers? Oh, Peters? Well, I just wanted to share my own personal thoughts about how incredibly much I have enjoyed working with you over the last 8 years, Judge, and I marvel at your professionalism, your sense of humor, most of all, because I know few folks don't think you have one, but I know you do.
That's a talent you and I share, I think.
Yeah. And it's just a testament to who you are and what a gentleman you have been in terms of how you've handled your position. And I really, really agree with everything you said about the personal relationships and how important they are, and how much I just shudder to see our younger folks lacking a bit of that in just the way they think and operate and work, because they want to do everything via their phone or their iPad or their computer, rather than pick up the phone and actually talk to someone or talk with them face to face. And so you leave a wonderful legacy behind. Great big shoes to follow, I'm sorry to share, but you have a high bar to step up to, and we're looking forward very much to watch and see how you handle that. So thank you, Judge, and there's something that tells me you probably won't be too far away.
I won't.
Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you for those
thank you.
kind words.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now, oh, look who's following him. Come on up.
Apparently, we didn't make a call on that one. That's a hard act to follow. But I will note that he was trained at the Public Defender's Office, so
Well, there you
apparently
go.
that Public Defender's Office training bodes well for judges.
There you go.
Or
I
people
like
that
it.
may want to run for judge at some point.
I like your shoes, and it's nice to see you here today.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you as well. And I, of course, have my red shoes on. So first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here. I, too, believe that in-person is incredibly important. We'd like to thank the OMB budget analysts, Audrey, Charlie, Jim, and, of course, Barry. They all worked very hard with us. It's my understanding that these presentations used to be done by the budget analyst, and then it was given to the constitutional officers if they wanted to present. So I tried to follow that format, and you all might want to vote on going back to having the budget analyst do it after I give my presentation.
Oh, no,
it would
you're not
probably
getting-
be a lot shorter.
Hey, you're not getting off the hook that
Oh, no,
easy.
I welcome the opportunity because I get to show off a lot of things. So I'll try to follow that format somewhat. First of all, it's what is the purpose of the Public Defender's Office? And I know you all well, and I know that everyone's very versed about what that is, but really our motto is justice for all. And I take that very seriously. At the end of the Pledge of Allegiance, we all pledge to with liberty and justice for all. So it's a very noble idea, but how do you achieve that? And so I'm sure you're all familiar with the Gideon case, which ensures justice by having skilled attorneys guide and support citizens who are unable to hire. The government hires an attorney. You have an amazing attorney. You have Bruce Bartlett as your state attorney. That's the government hired attorney. And so these citizens need skilled attorneys as well to combat these very well-trained attorneys and represent their interests. So geek alert, Pinellas County is, as generally they are, a forerunner in this. The Pinellas County had the Public Defender's Office prior to Gideon mandating that. So kudos to Pinellas County for always being at the forefront. Jagger was the first public defender. Imagine Judge Rondolino remembers him. And so Pinellas County continues to lead. So it's sort of like visiting a crime scene. I know that our team members don't have to be here, but we require people to go out places. I think it's incredibly important to be in person. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. So it is my great pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce some of our team members from the Public Defender's Office. And so to my right is a very important person who was not here last year due to COVID. So we're so thankful to be back in person. She is our Mitigation Advocacy and Treatment Training Bureau Chief, Ashley Rora. She has brought a member of the team with her, Brittany, who has changed her last name due to marriage, but I promised to get it right, Alipur. She's a licensed mental health counselor, and so she is under the MAT department and works very closely with our community and the people that we represent. Our Juvenile Bureau Chief is Ari Weisberg. Ari, if you could give a wave. So he has been involved in the public defenders for decades now. He worked great with Judge Moore, who was in our office as well. So the public defender trains our attorneys great to judgeships again. You can kind of see a path there. And so he's very important in understanding what the needs of that juvenile community are. He's instrumental in understanding what those crossover therapists can do when you have people aging out of foster care and how all of that works. So he's been just vital in that information. Also here is my executive director, and he is currently my acting IT director, David Moran. He is an attorney, and so when we were talking about the need for attorneys and the extra money that the county attorneys get in the remote days, I was a little nervous about bringing attorneys here. I know how they are fully staffed. We are not fully staffed, -2. So we also have our county budget director, Robert Capriotti. Give a wave. So this is part of that turnover. We have had a new budget director each time I have appeared before you. Robert is going active duty, so thank you for your service. We are very sad to see him go. He has been very great at making sure we understood, particularly me and Ashley, where our money was going, coming up with budgets, being very conscientious of how that money was being spent, setting goals. And so I think we, in the past year, have come leaps and bounds. And I would like to introduce, I think behind me, Natalie Thompson will be our new budget director. So she should be sitting with me next year.
So, may I interrupt you for
Yes,
just
ma'am.
1 minute? Because, you know, several of your folks are sitting behind a pillar,
Oh, no.
and so I'm not sure they're visible to everyone. Maybe you would like to have them come forward just
I
so they
would.
can be.
Yeah.
And they also are
appropriately-
sitting behind me, which makes
I
it
would
harder to
absolutely
see.
Now
love that opportunity.
okay,
Thank you,
but
Madam Chair,
I
for that
didn't say-
opportunity.
I didn't say that, and
So,
I'm
Brit-
particularly, hold on a minute, I'm particularly interested in what branch of service he's going off to be in.
Robert, if
And
you
what he
come-
does. Come up here so we can all see you.
You
Oh,
thought I
now
was
come
tough,
on.
right?
You can't be that shy.
No, I've been in Army Reserve for 15 years. I've one deployment, 3 years active duty. I'm going back on active duty for Army Reserve Medical Command.
And what branch?
Army.
Go Army.
That's
Go
right.
Army.
That was
Hoorah.
my dad, 20 years retired. So.
Very nice to see you here today. Next is David. Come forward, please, so we can appropriately appreciate you.
He's done a fantastic job. David's been with the office how many decades? We grew up together.
15
So.
and a half, 18.
Yeah, he's a board-certified criminal defense attorney. He's been working very heavily with me as the executive director, similar to the position that Adam is. He reviews all of our contracts. He has had a lot on his shoulder, in addition to carrying a caseload, which we currently, because of our staffing issues, I can't just take him out of the caseload and assign it to someone else. There's nobody else to take it. So in addition to carrying a full caseload, which he has been in the process of bringing down, we've stopped assigning cases to him. He has been instrumental in introducing STAC. So STAC is the IT technology, that he's familiar with it. He's been instrumental in making sure that all goes in Pasco. The Public Defender's Office is live, and the State Attorney's Office will be soon, and that'll come to Pinellas. And so our IT director resigned with 9 days working days notice in the middle of the transition to STAC from internally, which is our major case management system. So Dave has stepped in and just been invaluable in that. He is a very skilled trial attorney as well, so he can assist us with those processes. So he's just a great asset.
Thank you so much for everything you do.
Next?
Okay.
Ari?
Thank you.
Yeah, Ari, if you will come forward. This is Ari Weisberg. He is the bureau chief for the juvenile division. I'm terrified that he will go down to Miami at some point because the Miami public defender keeps nominating him to be on Supreme Court boards, giving advice on the Rules Committee for Juvenile Justice. I don't think there is a person more qualified that I am aware of as far as juvenile justice issues are concerned. He knows it from A to Z. He has assisted us with vetting out nonprofits like Sale Future that we are very engrossed with and trying to support. So he's aware of what organizations, are great and which ones you might not. So his institutional knowledge that he brings and his compassion and dedication to the service, although, it does make you a little nervous when you bring attorneys and the county attorney's like, yeah, we got 2 flex days and they pay a little bit better, but.
You're going to lose him if you're not, if you keep talking.
I feel like this was not the best plan. But having said that, his heart, I think, is with the children and with juvenile justice. And, when you're passionate about something, you stick to it. And so these are the long-term public defenders that we fight so hard for in Tallahassee to get raises for. And I am pleased to say that we did get a 5% across the board raise in parity with the state attorney's office. And there are some additional incentives for attorneys that are like Ari. Ari could probably, like your daughter, make 3 times the salary easily if he walked out the door. So we're very fortunate to have him and hope that he stays and not talk to the county attorney. I'm glad she's at the Florida Bar Conference.
So congratulations and thank you for what you do for us.
Of course, and I'm very lucky to work with Commissioner Scott on the Circuit Advisory Board for DJJ.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you.
All right, next we have, let's bring up Morgan. Morgan Nelson is my right-handed woman. She's my administrative director. She's the one that makes sure that I have my iPad, my speech, my shoes, my coffee, my everything. So everybody needs that person that sort of manages all of that stuff and is your filter. And so she does an amazing job of that and making sure I'm on the right time, the right place with the right things. And I know I'm in Pinellas County and not Pasco, those types of things.
Thank you.
That's Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan.
And then next to her, some of you are familiar with Skylar Alexander. We are so fortunate
Hello,
to have
Skylar.
him part of our
Nice
team.
to see you again.
He is our public information officer. And we've had a lot of it, so it had been pretty quiet. We weren't getting really blown up by the news, and then there was some exciting cases or exciting description of cases. And that happens all day, night, all the time. Reporters are avid and aggressive, and so Skylar is our public information officer. He handles all of that. He also does our public information request in conjunction with the supervision from David Moran. And he is my Tallahassee guru. He is always on top of that. I get these amazing briefings on what's happening. So he keeps me very attuned to what's going on in government. He has just a knack for that. I know that he probably will not stay at our office forever because I just see great things in Tallahassee in his future. So, but we're glad to have him for now.
Thank you, Skylar.
And then next we have Brittany Alipur. See, I said it twice now the right way. So I'm going to let Ashley introduce Brittany. Brittany does everything wonderful for attorneys, but she knows much more about her whole gamut, because what I'm going to say is when attorneys need something or the court needs something, they go to Brittany, and that encompasses much more than that. So I'm going to let Ashley do this introduction.
Thank you. So Brittany is one of our senior mental health therapists that is funded by the county, and we are very, very
Please turn on your mic.
I'm sorry.
The light's on, yeah.
Brittany is one of our licensed mental health counselors, and she is also listed as a senior mental health therapist in one of the decision packets today. She is just a wealth of knowledge for our office. Being an attorney and supervising a mitigation, advocacy, and treatment unit was very difficult for me because I'm not a professional. You know, I was used to going into court and handling cases and being a criminal defense attorney, and having Brittany and her team at the office, it not only supports the clients and the individuals that we represent, but also supports the attorneys and especially the unit as a whole. So Brittany started with our office as an intern. We get a lot of interns from especially USF and their programs. She continued to stay, continued to ask for more responsibilities. The schooling to become a licensed mental health counselor is actually more than to become an attorney, and I don't think a lot of people appreciate that, the amount of time that goes into that profession. And she stayed with us, and now we're really happy to have her as a senior mental health therapist in our office and newly licensed, and we're just grateful for those like Brittany.
Since she's our person that you go to,
Thank you,
you need
Brittany.
help, and so yeah, we really are very pleased to have her. And last but certainly not least is Eric Ferguson. Eric is very shy, but he will come up. This is our go-to, and this is a county-funded position. So it's a state FTE that we use, but the county does reimburse us when we submit the invoice for him. He does an amazing job, as Judge Rondolino talked about. You know, technology is ever evolving. I will not even profess to be a technology geek. My VCR 12 is still flashing at home, so when I need something, Eric, and he comes very quickly. He has never said we can't do that. He has always said, let's figure out a way to do it, or let me think about that. So he's
Excellent.
invaluable, but we're killing him. I mean, literally
Don't
killing
do
him.
that. That's against the law.
Well, we have good defense attorneys, but having said that, you know, there's a lot going on with IT. So we're instituting STAC, so there's part of that. There's the budget component of it. So he's had to step up, and he really has stepped up and fulfilled that. And so we are asking for an increase in his salary as well. When we get increases across the board for those states, then that reimbursement has to sort of match that. And so that's part of that too. Unfortunately, he probably could go out and make 3 times the amount of money too. IT in the public defender and in the state attorney's office, they're severely underpaid, but he is doing a really great job. Our position is a little bit different than a normal office. So when you're in a trial and you need a video, it's very different than just being agitated because you can't get it to download, or having technical difficulties in the middle of a death penalty case. Not great. So it's different than just a regular office where you can say, all right, I'm gonna cool off, go to lunch, take a meeting, do something else. We don't have that luxury. So if it doesn't work, we've got an immediate problem that someone's liberty could depend on. And it's like any presentation, right? The jurors look at that, if it's sloppy, if it's not working. So he assists with all of that too. All of our onboarding, and has been a major part of STAC conversion in addition to all of the responsibilities.
Thank you very much, and that's
yeah.
why we have our Lou, who functions that
Right.
way for us here. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take your Lou. We're asking for
No,
another FTE.
no. I'm not saying another word about him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing us that privilege of coming before you and really introducing, because it is about the people sitting in the chairs, right? And so Rondolino is dead on point when it's about relationships and people, and that's why I thought it was important for everyone to be here. And like most of you, they have dedicated their career and a large part of their work to public service and making our community better, even though, I mean, sometimes you just feel like you're ramming your head against the wall and it seems overwhelming. They've stuck to it. So now that I've got through that part, the actual budget part is really sort of a 2-part component. We have multiple funding from the Public Defender's Office. We're primarily a state-funded agency. As you see in that Article 5, there are certain obligations that the county have. One of them is technology. So you have a very good team. I wanted to ask Barry, and we've had several meetings, email communications, and so I said, well, our technology is decreased 53%, so I'm just going to come in and say our budget's down 53% and drop the mic and walk out. And he's like, it's not exactly how that goes. So there are a couple of change orders, and I know that this is an informational meeting, but the 2 things that you will be faced on making decisions about is, one, storage. It sort of is qualified as STAC storage, but it really isn't related just to STAC programs. So the storage that we're looking for has to do with, as we evolve in technology, there's body cameras, which are creating issues that we had never really even thought about, like stress and post-traumatic experiences from the attorneys as well, watching those videos. So you think about police officers and them having trauma from watching these events. Our attorneys are now watching those things live too. So it's different to be sitting in a deposition talking about it versus actually watching it on a camera. But there has to be storage for all of that data, and the state attorney's office is set up a little bit differently than we are. They already had some of the storage, so David has been very involved with BTS and getting that extra storage for us, so we're working on that. We're asking for a reoccurring of about $20,000 on that. And then there's the IT position that I mentioned. I am able to assist and cover some of the IT components through my state FTEs, but that's only because I have unfilled attorney positions to just a staggering amount. This is the worst I've ever seen it. I've been a licensed attorney since 1996. I've been a prosecutor, and I've been a public defender. And, you know, just as a State of the Union, this is the worst I've ever seen it. We are losing attorneys rapidly. I lost 2 attorneys to the county attorneys, so they're well-trained, so you'll get 2 really good public defenders that are super great trained, but they're no longer at my office. And so now the attorneys that are remaining there, and what's happening is the people that generally are at my office are there because they want to help people, and the money is great, and you have to have them make their budget, but the reality is that they're there because they want to help people. And when they start feeling like they're not helping people, they're going to leave. And when you keep burdening them with more and more cases, you're going to start losing them at an exponential rate. So we're trying to be as creative as we possibly can. We're reaching as deep as we can into the law schools. I have onboarded now a recruitment and retention person that I've never even considered doing before, but now we're doing it. We're trying to go out of state, so sorry. I am responsible for bringing a lot of those people from out of state. Several people that I have hired have come from out of state. And so those are the ways that we are trying to resolve the attorney issues. We're trying to think outside of the box too, and it may get to the point to where we're having to hire outside counsel to take on some of the cases. Because if you have one attorney handling 656 cases, you're no longer effective. There's no point in it, and I won't do it. And so it's, I keep screaming it's getting critical, but that is really not a county issue. That's really more of a State of the Union issue. And I think it's being experienced just attorneys across the board because, I offered a very experienced attorney that had worked at the public defender's office, loved the work, and wanted to come about a ridiculous of salary that I'd never ever contemplated as a public defender. And the position that they took was, I wear leggings all day and go to work when I want to. Can't do it. And make twice the amount of money. So I don't know how to respond to that, but that's, we're working on it. We're doing really well in our MAT department. I'm very pleased with the progress that we've made in mental health court, and I'm going to let Ashley have a little bit of time to talk about that, just overall how that's been going. She's been instrumental in that. I really didn't give her background very much. We talked about her background a little bit at the last budget meeting, but I stole her from Hillsborough County. She worked at the public defenders in Hillsborough County. I went over there to look at STAC and recognized, as I mentioned in the previous budget meetings, that you could get the psych evaluation for your client. Hillsborough County had STAC at the time, and every time the client had been evaluated or a psychological evaluation had happened, and I know Commissioner Flowers knows what I'm talking about, the importance of having that historical data, and I know that you know, Kathleen, as well, that you have to have that data to understand where they've been and where they're coming from. So STAC allows us to do that, so that's the big IT component of it. But I went over to her office. She showed me how that happened. I looked at what they were doing over there, and then she lives in South St. Pete, so I begged her to quit driving across the bridge and come work for us, and could not have been more pleased with her accepting the position, and she's just done an incredible job managing multiple things, including the mental health court. She is, I think, recognized now and has established herself as a go-to expert on these things. She understands treatment modalities. She understands and has experience with mental health courts across the state of Florida. So one of the things that are in our ask that you'll be, that's outside of the normal budget, is we are asking for that minimal increase in the amount of $24,000 for those therapists. And then we are asking for an additional $100,000 for problem-solving courts. And what we're trying to do with this money is have some money that when Brittany comes to me and says, okay, I've evaluated the client and I need some place to place them, but they don't meet the criteria because of the mental health court, or they don't exactly meet the criteria for this grant or that grant. It's a pot of money, and it really isn't a lot. It's de minimis, right? So we're not talking about a lot of clients, but when we're talking about shifting of funds, that we're talking about Julia was shifting funds, and that's how you make budgets work. So to me, this is really a shift of fund from incarcerating somebody that needs treatment. You're spending money to do that already. So I'm not really asking you for the $100,000. I'm asking you to shift that $100,000 from incarcerating people that desperately need treatment to putting them where they need to be after Brittany's assessment and saying, hey, this person really needs to be at West Care or wherever it is that we're sending them, in Operation PAR. Who knows what's going to happen with that, with the funding. But at any rate, we need some money when we have those critical clients that are really needing treatment, that are on the edge, that are begging for help, that I don't have to say, well, you don't have a blue hat and a left shoe, so sorry, you don't meet the criteria for the grant. So that's kind of where we're at. And Ashley has been just really smart about understanding how to break down those barriers that cause people not to receive the treatment that they need. So that's my presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Ashley just to talk a little bit, because I do think it's important for you to understand all of the great things that are happening, particularly with mental health court. You were very generous last session and gave us money for that. That was really a grant, but it was supplemented by some money from the county commissioners for treatment, so.
Mic's on. Thank you. I do want to say thank you to Sarah and also Bruce left, but with Mr. Bartlett and their support of this mental health court, we are very excited. We were one of the last circuits in the state of Florida to have a mental health court. So as of October last year, it's been open. It was definitely a slower start because Directions for Living, which was the contracted agency for the treatment, needed to hire. And it took a while to get the money from the state. So I believe probably February is when we started having the majority of these acute individuals enrolling into the court and then us needing to pay for treatment. The grant from the state of Florida did not come with dollars for treatment. They came with people, but what are you gonna do with an individual that's incarcerated that needs they're severely mentally ill? Have co-occurring disorders, but there's nowhere for them to go. So last year we had asked the county for $250,000 to support the treatment of the mental health court. We were very, very fortunate to receive $100,000 of that money. Since February, we have spent nearly $60,000 already. We are being very diligent on how we divide it up among the clients. But coming from the jail, when we started to move people directly from the jail into a transitional living facility, or if we are lucky enough to get a residential treatment bed, there just wasn't enough of the warm handoff. So now we actually are starting them in inpatient, which is $800 a day. Although the community has great partners around, it's expensive and it's hard to find places to make those individuals successful. I think the mental health court team, Judge Rondolino as well, and Judge Federico would agree we're doing the best we can with that. So on top of those mental health court dollars this year, again, as Ms. Molo said, we're asking for an additional $100,000 for treatment courts in general. And so again, it wouldn't be designated just for a mental health court or a drug court or a veterans treatment court, but what I'm seeing now being more involved with the adult drug court and the veterans treatment court is they have gaps as well. And also, although they do have some beds at West Care and they pay for outpatient treatment, if I have a pregnant woman that is in adult drug court and really needs to be in a residential bed, and this happened recently and they come and where are we gonna put her? Well, I do have a place I can put her. I just need the money to put her there. And so we have been kind of shifting some of the regular jail diversion funds to help support the drug courts and the veterans treatment courts, but I definitely think they deserve allocated funds just for that reason in general. We have a veteran that came in and said, I just can't get to where I need to go. I'm going from, way over here in Pinellas, and I have all my outpatient in Pasco, and it's mandated by the VA, mandated by the court. Sometimes I have to go to James Haley. And so, okay, so we're gonna pay for your transportation because in order for you to get stable, get a job, and be able to work through the system, you served our country, so we're gonna do what we can with the funds we have to help you. And so that is why we're asking for that additional $100,000 in the decision package this year.
Thank you for the veterans riding free transportation issue too.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that presentation. It also stops them from being violated if they don't follow through, because now they'll be rearrested for something that was so unfortunate but could have been prevented. Do you all still have the relationship with Gulf Coast for its facilities in Pasco County on Darlington? I was able to get 2 beds from then Bob Dillinger, and the desire was for more, but the concern was money. Do you still have that relationship? And
so funny you should ask, because 2 weeks ago I was very excited because we do still have 2 beds at Adele Gilbert Residential Treatment Facility. One of those beds is currently filled with a mental health court client. The other one we have to share between Pasco and Pinellas. So the rest of their 14 beds there is all Suncoast region. So, but last week I was able to secure 2 beds at Darlington's Residential Treatment Facility for the mental health court population, which I believe is huge for us. And they're contracting at the Social Security rate, which is also unbelievable. So we're going to have 2 at Darlington now, and we'll still have those 2 at Adele Gilbert.
And Nicole is fabulous as the licensed mental health clinician. I think she's now the director. When you are securing those clients, the costs that you're utilizing to support them, does that also include being able to assist them with their medications with their pharmaceuticals?
Absolutely. And something that Brittany did just negotiate with the sheriff's office and the jail is we are now getting a 30-day prescription coming out of jail. And then we are able to hook them up with a med card, so they don't just have to go to Walmart anymore or walk down to the CVS at the corner on Ulmerton, which takes hours to get there. They are able to use other pharmacies, and so we do that for that emergency gap services, so we can get them on the health plan, and then hopefully after 90 days, they get into that funded position.
Okay. And then for your licensed mental health clinicians, so that you're contracting with other organizations, are you also looking at some who are private mental health clinicians like the Well, Dr. Carlia East and others, who I know they're trying to make sure that individuals know their services are available as clinicians, and their rate may not be as much as if you go with some of the other organizations?
So we do contract with some that are outside of like the Directions for Living or the Suncoast or the PEMS, and most of our in-house is evaluating and doing the biopsychosocial evaluations, the risk need responsivity evaluations, setting up the treatment plans. Brittany and her team, they go to court and testify. So we don't really use them for more of the day-to-day counseling and treatment. We do farm that off to other agencies, and we do have contracts and are willing to take anyone that wants to
work with
work.
Donna a lot, so we're very familiar, yeah.
Okay. And how many attorneys are you down?
So that's
I'm down 2, just in my division.
So, I mean, that's a hard question to answer, right? And so we can say you have 238.5 positions and 120 of those should be attorney positions, right? So it depends on who you ask, how many we're down. If you ask the manager, the public defender, we're down probably 50 attorneys. If you ask the bureau chiefs how many people that they think, and according to ABA standards, of how many cases you're supposed to handle and what would be an effective representation, then we're down way more than that, right? What I would like to see is 5 felony attorneys in each division. Sometimes, and I'm down to 2. I have 1 misdemeanor attorney in Newport Richey, so that's 650 cases. So when you say how many are you down, I would like to follow ABA standards on how many cases I handle, right?
That would be ideal, but
that means I'm down a whole lot of attorneys. Yeah. But I have attorneys here that I really don't want to say that to, because it does create that pressure, right? And so when everybody talks about being down and extra workloads, it creates this environment of feeling very oppressed by that, right? And overwhelmed. And how do you manage to fight your way through this very difficult situation? And so we're doing things like Ashley, like thinking outside of the box, right? Let's have Brittany support those attorneys and help them divert them from jail. Let's reach deep around into Stetson. This summer I have 9 interns that go from June till July 1st. Those are students, right? We hire the students, put them in a division, let them try to assist the attorneys with some of the research with supervision, right? We have dramatically changed our recruitment, the way I recruit attorneys. When I was an attorney, I lived in my parents' attic, ate peanut butter and jelly, and worked for free for 6 months to try to get a job as a prosecutor. And it worked, but nowadays it's a very different dynamic, right? I'm paying for people to study for bars. I'm paying for bar admission. I'm paying for CLEs, right? I'm giving vacation. I mean, I'm doing everything I can possibly think of to make it an environment that is inviting. And that causes people that really believe in helping people and the Constitution be able to function in that environment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your service to them. And thank you for allowing me to have those conversations with you when asking questions about certain things. So thank you.
Any other questions? No? Oh, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's very nice to see you both.
Nice to see you.
Question on the 4 decision packages. Would Pasco County share in any of these expenses?
So not in the branch as far as the mental health component of it or the behavioral health component of it, right? So IT, yes, we split 65/30 with IT. And so those expenses would be split, and it's just a management. So the extra FTE, right, is based on how many people are in the Pinellas County office versus how many people are in that Newport Richey and Dade office. But, so those are split. We always do the 65/30 split because that's about the ratio that we have now. But the dollars for mental health court are here.
They're
Therefore,
Pinellas
Pinellas
County.
County. It's Pinellas County. That
Got
does not get split, that does not cross lines. And Robert has helped us incredibly with getting those buckets clear and accounting clear and making sure that those are very separate issues.
Okay. And one follow-up question, I think I already know the answer to this, but I'll ask you anyways. Is there any, with the IT position, is there any sharing of those positions with the state attorney's office? Because they're asking for, or the judiciary, I'm sorry, they were asking for a full-time IT position as well. Is there any sharing of that, or?
Yeah, there really isn't. They're just different asks and different responsibilities. Yeah, we asked for a lot of things, and Barry's answer was no, 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 no. So he made it simple, right? There's only 4 that ask at this point. And he's saying no, no, no to most of this, too. But we're hopeful.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, yeah, you do? Okay, Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for introducing us to some of the folks I'd introduced, met before. But yeah, so we're talking a lot about mental health this morning, and it seems like we touch on that just about everywhere. Obviously, the county's embarking on a new venture coming up here shortly, and it just seems to be rampant. And I get a call from a resident talking about their son being, caught up in the system and getting having mental health issues for over 10 years and having now 2 encounters with the law and fleeing, but no damages, no injuries, no anything, but still second chance in jail now and not being able to get the meds necessarily that they need and not feeling that they get it. So there's a real issue here. So we keep talking about addressing it in different ways, and I feel like, you're on a dike and there's leaks everywhere and you're just trying to plug wherever it is. So big needs, but I always worry about how do we balance that effectiveness with efficiency of use of funds, because we just have such I was just listening to something this morning about the state of our kids in high school. Almost 50% are running into some form of depression and issues that are related to problems that they've picked up along the way, whatever that might be. So it's really expanding. Obviously, we have our vets, and we have our all the people in between.
Certainly, I have no interest in expanding it, right? What I would really like to see is the decriminalization of mental illness and have no part of it, and have the healthcare system take it up where it belongs. That's what needs to happen to have a systemic change of it. But unfortunately, here we stand, right? I've heard numerous constitutional officers, including the sheriff, say it, we don't want to be in this business. I don't want to be in this business. I want there to be adequate health care for people who have behavioral health issues, but there isn't. And so what I'm faced with is a shifting, really, of the funds, right? From putting people in custody and shifting that money. That's why that jail diversion term works, right? Because you're diverting the money from jail, and I'm not really asking for more. I'm asking it to be spent a different way.
And it's clearly a very complicated system.
Incredibly complicated.
Yeah, and the more you try to understand, it just seems to, elude the ability to get it. But I appreciate all that you're doing, and certainly wasn't implying anything about your use of the funds, but just overall comment that seems to be coming at us left and right from all avenues, all ages, all socioeconomic backgrounds. A real need for assistance.
Ms. Rohr has her finger on the button.
And we are very excited to work with the coordinated access model. Our team has had a few meetings with them because I think we're going to be involved in the pilot. We have direct access to those clients, and to start getting that up and running, I'm excited. I think doing that and seeing what we can do to eliminate the need for emergency services funds, because basically that's what we are. We're an emergency service provider that when I get someone out of jail when they don't have Social Security disability anymore, I have to get that reinstated. So if I don't have a warm handoff for that 3 months, they're just going back. They're committing more crimes. They're getting arrested. They're getting Baker Acted, emergency room beds, detox beds. So I see it as emergency funds. Hopefully, we'll be able to decrease the need for it with coordinated access model when that gets up and running. We're very excited about that opportunity as well.
Well, excited to have you. I know you're excited to have her, but thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for the question.
Commissioner Peters?
I just want to congratulate you on doing such an outstanding job, you and your whole team. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate every time I get a constituent that has a problem and I have to call you, that you're always there and your team is always there to take care of it. And by the way, there's another one coming probably today. So thank you so much.
So I'm hopeful, lastly, I'm hopeful that our coordinated access model that our team has been working on for seems like forever is now getting implemented. And hopefully in the next year or two, that will have a shift and turn the tide and get us back. And maybe we can all start focusing on getting our kids off of this, because this is a big part of the problem in my head.
You have an amazing team that is
Okay, hold on a moment, please. Barry?
Just on that comment, Commissioner, coordinated access model will integrate and better align services. It does not increase the capacity. And so there's still a system limitation that we're dealing with, which is the reason for the request for the funds. So I only say that because that is something, that's going to be the next phase, is we get this and we're going to analyze that and we're going to analyze the health of our system. There's a phase 2 discussion there.
Yes, and I cannot help but repeat what I've heard our sheriff say so often. No matter what we do, we cannot fix everything. So I think as hard as it is to suck that up, we really have to keep that in mind, because the resources are limited and the need is endless.
No, I remember going to the meetings where they were asking questions when they were starting on the coordinated care, which was several years ago. But I think it is a very good solution for Pinellas County as a whole. It's a very smart direction. And like I mentioned in the beginning, Pinellas County always seems to be at the forefront of these issues. So it's much appreciated. We have a great community and great collaboration amongst team members.
Okay, so thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very, very much appreciated your presentation. Right now, so I have a question now for my colleagues here, because we're kind of at a pivot point where you see the items we have left. And my question is, do you want to keep on proceeding and take up the Convention and Visitors Bureau, which I'm assuming will take a little bit of time because we're in a big transition there? Or would you prefer to take a break and have lunch now and then come back fresh and invigorated and finish up the rest of the agenda? What is your pleasure? Okay, just want to have a consensus for everyone to be considerate here. All right, so now we have Brian Lowak.
We have this new guy coming up.
The new guy in the hot seat, which he is kind of sort of used to.
He's in the hot seat, so.
I already said that, Barry.
Answer him all the hard questions.
We're ready.
And because
All right,
it's...
Jim.
Yep. Jim Abernathy is the budget analyst, and Jim will kick it off and then turn it over to Brian and his team.
And I saw him standing up over there for a while, so I'm assuming he's all fresh and ready to go with the numbers.
I was trying to stay fresh, Commissioner.
Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jim Abernathy with the Office of Management and Budget, and I'm here to present the FY24 budget request for Convention and Visitors Bureau. The CVB is funded by the Tourist Development Tax Fund, which is mainly funded through the collection of a 6% bed tax on short-term visitors in our hotels, motels, and other rental locations such as Airbnb and Vrbo of less than 6 months. In FY24, total revenues increased $8.2 million to $99.7 million. Of that amount, TDT revenue increases $4.6 million to $95.6 million, which is a 5% increase. The rest of the revenue comes from interest, co-op advertising revenue, and other miscellaneous revenues. The FY24 CVB expenditures budget request, excluding reserves, increases $1 million to $52.6 million. Please turn to page 2 of your document. This increase includes $223,970 for personal services, for salaries, FRS, benefits, and taxes. This increase includes a 3% general increase based on the midpoint of each position. The department's FTE remain at 50. Operating expenditures decreased $148,000 to $35.4 million. Included in this amount are the contracts for both digital and traditional advertising, the service contract for representation in Europe, and a piece of the county's contribution to Creative Pinellas. The TDT's contribution to Creative Pinellas remains flat at $797,360. Other funding comes from the general fund at $145,000 and the transportation trust fund at $36,000 for Creative Pinellas. Additionally, the FY24 budget request includes an increase of $971,980 to $10.3 million for transfer to the capital fund for beach renourishment. Per county ordinance, half of the 3% of TDT is dedicated to beach renourishment projects to be used as matching funds as needed. These funds are not included in the TDT's fund reserves and are held in a designated project in the capital fund. To account for the 60-40 split between advertising, marketing, and promotions and the capital funding program within the TDT fund, reserves for operating are separate from reserves for capital. In FY24, reserves for operating increased $28.9 million to $112.3 million, and reserves for capital projects increased $31.6 million to $109.9 million. In total, reserves increased $60.6 million, or 37.5%, to $222.3 million. And Commissioners, I apologize. There was a document that was handed out right before this that I intended to include in the packet. It was just left off at the very end. And that document is actually the capital funding program chart, which I believe Commissioner Justice is a big fan of. So if you would reference that document, the capital funding program, which provides funding for various eligible projects throughout the county from the 40% portion of the 60-40 split, includes the beach renourishment funding spoken about previously, as well as $350,000 for the Florida Holocaust Museum in St. Petersburg. There are several project requests that have been reviewed by the BCC and approved conceptually that are not included in the FY24 budget request, including the Philly Spring Training Complex in Clearwater, the St. Pete Historical Society, and the Dolly Museum in St. Pete. When a final agreement is reached, or if or and when a final agreement is reached between the county and the requesting organization, the funding will be included in future budget requests or budget amendment if necessary. On page 11 of the document, you will see the vacant positions within CVB. There are currently 11 vacancies that are in various stages of recruitment. On pages 2, 3, and 4 of the document, you will see a summary of the department's 12 decision packages submitted for FY24. More details regarding each decision package can be found beginning on page 12 of the document. The first two decision packages request a recurring increased funding for both digital advertising at $1.5 million and traditional advertising at $4.5 million. The third decision package is requesting, the third decision package would provide funds for additional use of the consultant to evaluate the request for capital funding within the TDT fund, mainly the Toy Town site, as requested during the joint BCC TDC meeting or work session on the 28th of February. This is a non-recurring request. Decision package number 4 would increase funding for CVB staff travel to trade shows, conferences, and activations in key feeder markets. This also is a recurring funding request. Number 5 increases available funding to the 13 participating local chambers of commerce for visitor service staffing costs. This is a recurring funding request. Number 6 increases funding for the third year of a 5-year contract with the department's public relations and marketing services firm in the UK and Germany. This is a recurring funding request. Yes.
Are all of these that you're talking about on this page increases, or is?
Yes.
Okay, because I saw the increased word in the previous one I don't see it here.
Yes,
So,
each of them is an increase.
these are all increases?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Decision package number 7 is to increase funding for direct sales for trade shows, conferences, and activations in key feeder markets. This is recurring as well. Number 8 is recurring funding request to increase training and education funding for staff to attend industry conferences and summits. Number 9 would add 1 FTE for a CVB contract specialist to support the many new contracts within CVB. Number 10 is a request to move funding from the FY23 budget to FY24 to complete the countywide cultural plan. This is a non-recurring funding request. Commissioner Eggers, this is technically an increase, but it's just moving the funding that is not going to be spent in the current fiscal year into the next fiscal year. So it's
Well,
money
you guys
that,
approved last year, they were not able to complete.
Number 11 is a request from Creative Pinellas to increase their baseline funding on a recurring basis from both the TDT fund and the general fund. The TDT funding request is for $63,790 in recurring funding, and from the general fund, it is $11,600 in recurring funds. And the final decision package is from Creative Pinellas for an additional program targeted at the arts visitors within the county. This is a recurring funding request as well. The decision packages total $8.4 million in TDT funds, $8.1 million in recurring funds, and $11,600 in general funds. So if you add them all up, it's over $8 million of recurring increases within their budget.
Commissioner, hold on.
Could you repeat that, please? I mean, you just going through those
Sorry.
fast. Just slow it down just a little bit. Those are big numbers.
Yes.
So please go through those 3 again. Those 3 that you just
The last 3?
Yeah, you just
Okay.
had the 3 totals and then.
Okay.
and
The total for all 12 requests is $8.4 million in TDT funds, and an additional $11,600 from the general fund. Now, of that $8.4 million,
Okay.
8.1 would be recurring cost that would go on each year. It would stay in the budget in 25 and 26 as well. So there's $300,000 that is one-time money. It would be the cultural plan, and then the $100,000 for the consultant for the reviewing the capital program request.
And did I hear you say that under the organizational, there was 11 vacancies?
Correct.
It seemed like I was looking at something that showed all the executive positions vacant.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Or
Pretty
is that
much,
just-
Commissioner. I mean, that's been an ongoing issue. That's really related, I think, a lot to their ability to deliver on programs. That's not just occurred the past year, it's occurred the last few years.
Yeah.
And that's, one of the things I've, got Brian working on and looking at that to address that as more of an immediate need to fill some of this capacity. That I think is an area where we can see significant improvement.
Okay, so.
Again, these are requests. These are decision packages requested. We really need to have a discussion regarding some of these, and we need to have more discussion with the TDC in terms of priorities. Some of the requests, frankly, didn't have data or metrics to talk about how to evaluate that, whether there's duplication, whether there's the data to support shifting in markets, where we're targeting, shifting from traditional to digital and things like that. That's some of the stuff from a staff standpoint still needs further analysis to be able to make recommendations back to you.
Yeah,
And may I add a comment, please, for clarification here about where we're going and what an enormous task Brian and his staff have been working on diligently to try to bring everything current. It would be very helpful for your understanding of how and where we are with the TDC. And we can pull that out, Tony can pull that out and forward it to all of you. If you reviewed the SWOT analysis from our last TDC budget meeting, which is where each one of the individual departments at the TDC presented to us and did a total SWOT analysis of the entire department. And the comments in the last piece of it with the weaknesses and threats was very, very telling about how and why we are in the position we are today. And exactly what Barry said, the lack of attention to filling the leadership positions within the organization left the staff, this is the bottom line, left the staff with little to no direction and no leadership to move the dial forward. So in spite of that, which by the way has been going on for the last 4 to 5 years, that staff has performed incredibly well to keep the ball moving. I think you will all agree when Brian gets done presenting to you that they have done a stellar job on our behalf. But there's no question that it has caused the TDC to slip in the worldwide marketplace. So, with that said, Tony, if you can pull that page out of there, I think it will be very helpful. Okay, thank you. Please continue.
I'm finished with my part. I'm going to turn it over to Brian Lowak, the interim director.
Well, thank you, commissioners. Happy to be here today, and I do want to acknowledge my counterpart, Terry Tuxhorn, who's the Director of Administration at the CVB, and also do want to recognize 2 individuals in the audience today. One is Carmen Boyce, who's with BVK. They're our marketing and advertising firm, and also Barbara St. Clair, Executive Director of Creative Pinellas. So Commissioner Long at the end there hit on something that I wanted to spend a little time in my comments addressing, and the staff over at the CVB is a great staff. I have been over there for 9 days, and I've spent my time getting to know each and every one of them. I haven't met all of them yet. I haven't had my meeting with all of them yet, but we're getting there. I have met all of them. And it's clear to me, it's really opened my eyes on what a dedicated staff you have over there representing you on a daily basis around the world. It's not just marketing and advertising, buying ads and putting them out there and folks flocking to the destination. There's a lot more that goes into it than that. Whether it's the folks that we have internationally or domestically throughout the Latin American market, UK, Germany, who are dealing with leisure travel and out there on the ground talking to travel agents and folks who point people in the right direction and come to advice for where to travel and introduce them to new markets. Whether it's the sports team that we have, very proud of the work that the sales teams do, both in sports. We're not getting Super Bowls in Pinellas County. There are no NBA All-Star games coming to Pinellas County, but what there is a market for are youth sports, amateur sports, NCAA sports, and in addition to that, professional sports. And they're looking for venues to hold their tournaments and trainings. And our team, they are working their contacts, talking to the decision makers for these events and tournaments, and by their numbers, you can see they're doing the job well, and they're putting W's on the board. Over with the meetings team, I want to highlight them because I wasn't familiar with that arm that we have, and these are I think of them as the old school salesmen of the company. They're out there, they're working the phones, they're setting up meetings, they all have their own markets, and they set up meetings prior to these trade shows and meeting conventions. When they get there, they have those meetings, but then they get additional meetings while they're there. They're getting RFPs signed. They're following up on RFPs that come through our CRM system. And so without that whole team on the ground, selling the destination on a daily basis around the entire world, we don't put up the tourist development tax numbers that you see before you. So I know for the first time right now, in quite some time, a majority of the commissioners have not had the opportunity yet to chair the TDC. And so I want to make sure that we highlight the folks that are over there, the 50 amazing employees that we have doing the work on your behalf. They can't do their job unless they have support. And in order to do that, we're addressing the staffing issues that have been identified by you this morning. At the top of that list are those 4 VP leadership positions that are vacant. Those are a priority for us. The first of the 4 positions, we will be hiring someone internal to fill one of those positions. That'll be the first. We have another 3 that'll be filled. We are in discussions with a recruiting firm that specializes in hospitality and tourism and these types of positions. So we're confident that working with them, they can cast a wide net and get folks hired, help us recruit and vet those candidates in a quick manner. In addition to those 4 VP positions, I heard 11 vacancies today. I'm happy to report that's 9 vacancies today. I am not the new guy in the office. Actually, there was 1 hire who started last Monday, and we have also hired a second position who has yet to start but has accepted the offer, and we're getting them on board now. In addition to that, the Film Commission, they're in the Lisa's in the process of conducting interviews to bring on a film manager. And this week we put together a team to review the applications for PR director, and we will be bringing that down to a short list to begin interviews in the coming week or 2 to bring on a PR director. So I'm happy to report that we see those vacancies and we're addressing them. Some of the things coming before you on the horizon: elite events funding. This is year 2 of a new process that was enacted. 3 years ago and before that, elite events would come and they'd come to the TDC and they'd ask for money for their event, and the TDC would have a workshop and they'd figure out which events were funded. At the TDC's direction, at your direction, it was identified that's really not fair to the TDC to do that. The new process that we're wrapping up year 2 of now, internal CVB staff, along with our contracted data company and marketing company, they review those. They have different categories. They go through and rank those, make sure that the information provided is accurate, makes sense, is realistic, and then they look and make sure that the value we're getting from the marketing is worth it. Those are then scored. We are wrapping up those scores right now, and we'll be presenting those scores to the TDC in July. The TDC recommendations that come out of the July meeting will come to you as a recommendation from the TDC for funding in August. Additionally, capital project guidelines, those were revamped, and the TDC recommended those changes in March. Those will be coming to you shortly. And then lastly, again, I just wanted to touch on the decision package, 2 of the decision packages you have before you, $6 million for increased digital and traditional advertising and marketing. We know that we put up some pretty spectacular numbers coming out of the pandemic. Florida, we were the only show in town for a while there. We were open when other markets weren't open. There were no cruises happening, and international destinations simply weren't letting folks in. Now that's not the case. The world's open, the cruise market's open, people have choices, and we want to make sure that we can put additional resources to good use and make sure that we don't see a slide. We have seen trends that would suggest a slide is coming in the leisure travel sector. So we want to make sure that we put the money that we have to good use and continue putting up the numbers that you see before you. But before we do that, we want to make sure we have the data so that we're spending those dollars appropriately. Because I think you could probably put money in any market and we're going to see visitation go up. We want to make sure we're doing it in the right markets. That's what I have for you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have because I know that you're excited to get to the next two items.
Commissioner Latvala?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brian. I know that you have a tough job ahead of you. My first question has to do with the digital advertising increase that y'all are asking for, and it looks like the market where that money will be going to is New York City predominantly, which is number 4 on the list of top visitors. Where did that recommendation come from?
I don't have that answer right now, but I'll tell you that's why this is a decision package, because we're going to look into that and make sure that when we come back to you, we can answer that question, unless Kevin answers it now.
Hang on, Kevin's coming up.
Okay.
But while Kevin's coming up, because I do want Kevin to address this, you know, I think we need to be, the heart of your question, Commissioner, we need to be extremely mindful of the shifting between traditional advertising and digital, marketing. And as we've talked over the last several years, there was supposed to be a migration of how we did that, not a layering of, and what I haven't seen in this, and which is the reason I've questioned a lot of these decision packages, and we need more discussion over the next month, is what are we changing? In other words, we should be getting out of things and putting stuff in, and more of a shifting and prioritizing rather than constantly layering and adding to. That's the piece I haven't seen. I also am not exactly sure, to your question, if what CVB staff and the TDC see, if they're aligned in terms of markets that they should be prioritizing. That's another question that I've asked staff that I want to have more discussion on.
Excuse me.
Kevin Knutson, Assistant County Administrator. I want to share with you my conversation with staff and my understanding of the reasoning behind that. Before the pandemic, New York was one of our largest markets, and we did a lot of advertising there. We got a lot of visitation from there. But when the pandemic started, New York kind of shut down. They were not traveling out of state. And we shifted a lot of our resources to the Midwest and to cities that were in our drive range, which was very effective. We've gotten great increases in visitorship from those areas. We want to continue to reach out to those folks and make sure that they know that we're a good destination. But we do want to go back and try to recapture the audience that we used to have coming out of New York. So that was the logic behind that.
Okay. Do we know when we advertise in specific areas if there's overlap with what Visit Florida is doing in their advertising?
We do know when that happens. We have the information about where they're advertising and where we are, and those two things support each other. We also have a lot of really good data about how much our advertising actually impacts the decision to visit. And so that's something that we're going to work with staff to get in front of you so that you can see why we make the decisions we make and how it impacts visitorship.
How many visitors do we have on an annual basis that are returning visitors? And do we know where they are coming from?
Is that something we have? We'll get back to you with that. We can get that information.
Well, I can share with you from the TDC meetings that I've been in already this year. We do have that very specific data, right down to the exact detail that you're looking for. And I think now that they have the question, they'll be prepared very shortly to deliver it to you personally, because we do have it.
Okay.
Ryan will figure that out on
because I
day
think
10.
that would be very helpful. And lastly, I was looking at this, the list of where people are coming from and the spending, and which was very interesting. But what I don't understand is, why do we spend the most of our money, and by far the most of our money, in the Tampa and St. Pete market? Is there a reason for that?
I have the answer if nobody else does.
Please.
Anyone else have the answer? Part of it, Commissioner, is because Tampa International Airport is the #1 airport in the country. And because of the number of visitors that they have coming in there, If you travel from TIA to anywhere, you are deluged with information about Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And so the idea is that it takes, and I learned this in my trip to San Antonio, the folks that are in this industry have been cultivating certain markets around the world and in the United States. And they do those cultivations for about 13 years. And right now, we are on the cusp of making some huge decisions about which airlines are ready to commit to direct flights from wherever they are to coming into TIA. And there's an awful lot of work that goes on ahead of time before we actually pull the plug and decide to launch a trade mission or any other opportunity that comes before us. And on top of that, there was some incredible data that I've already shared with Kevin and Brian and Barry about some of the opportunities and threats that we face with regard to why the numbers have dipped from the UK and from other parts of the world and even throughout the United States. And so I think as we move forward and Brian has an opportunity to really absorb everything he's been charged with, you're gonna be hearing and seeing, and we'll have an awful lot of information that will answer all of the questions that you might have right now.
So is that advertising for the airport that we're doing? Or advertising at the airport?
We work in partnership with the airport, with Visit Tampa Bay, and with Visit Florida, and with Enterprise Florida as well. It's a huge partnership that has been cultivated for years, and I venture to say maybe even decades. Brian?
Commissioner Latvala, I do want to just clarify, did your question come from the top 25
Yes.
markets with the
Yes.
percent visitor total and then sum of total spend?
Yes.
I want to clarify, I don't believe the sum of total spend is where our dollars are going. I believe that's where the direct spend from visitors are coming into us from. So we're not spending that much on advertising at TIA.
Okay.
TPA.
That's what I was confused about.
And maybe you can speak, Brian, to the partnership that we have with TIA when they are doing some of the work they're doing, and that's the sponsorships that they ask us for.
Yeah, sure. On day 4, I went over and met with Chris Minner over at Tampa International Airport, and we discussed potential international direct flights that Tampa is working on bringing here. I learned a lot about the impact of those direct flights. Those are flights coming from an international destination that doesn't currently exist right 30 miles from us, from our front door. And so there's tremendous potential there. There's some co-op opportunities that we'll be working with Visit Tampa Bay on. So what these look like are, in order to bring that destination here with that airline, with that carrier, the airport has some incentives that they can bring to the table for new routes. And then in addition to that, there are, through a co-op, we have the ability to fund with Visit Tampa Bay additional incentives to bring that destination here. And it's huge because we're not talking about a route that's going to come here once, twice, 3 times a week. These are routes that are bringing people from a different country around the world to our destination 7 days a week, and they're not empty flights. So it's a significant economic impact when we are able to bring those there. So I look forward to continuing the partnership with them, and additionally with Clearwater International, Clearwater St. Pete PI, because there are tremendous opportunities there domestically as well.
Good. Okay, Commissioner Eggers?
Just a couple things real quickly. First of all, I was fortunate enough to chair the TDC 2 years ago. I know since then we had another chair, and now this time. And the whole time, I'm so glad I was so unobservant. I didn't realize we were having such a lack of leadership problems at the top as far as filling positions. To me, that is so super critical that we get those things filled, and I'm glad you're on that way to doing it. We're asking for, looks like it looked like in the comments here, and I was going to ask, but I was reading this, it looked like we have $21.5 million in the digital and advertising budget currently. And we're looking for a $6 million increase. That's what I'm seeing. So I'm looking at, in a time where we're going through this turnover, concerns me. I understand trying to get things back, but when we don't have the people in place that are helping us make these decisions, the good news is the issues of spending money, throwing money without analytics is well behind us, which is great. But I am really concerned about bumping a budget that much when we have this kind of turnover going on. So I'm just saying, from my perspective, I'd like to see a lot more information. I know you'll be working on that over the next.
Commissioner, I will guarantee you that the request that will come as part of this original budget and what is recommended next month will be far different. Okay. And that is some of the stuff that we're working on from a staff analysis right now. And you know the good part about this budget, different than others, because on other budgets you're competing for resources. So if I do this and I can't do this, and here, if we're not ready and we need more conversation, well, it would come out of reserves. You know, and so we don't have to make some of those decisions immediate. We want to make sure we get this right, and we want to get everyone aligned between the recommendations out of the TDC staff and the commission in terms of those decision making.
Yeah, and then, yeah, thank you, Barry. And the final thought is just the slipping in the worldwide market. I mean, when I hear that, my brain just blows up. I mean, it's like, I need to understand what that means and what it looks like and what the implications are for our infrastructure here, our hotels, our businesses, and that kind of thing. So when you talk about a slipping in the worldwide market, I need to understand that better. So hopefully we'll get some of that as well as we look at the asks coming up.
And to that point, Commissioner Eggers, there were some decisions made several years ago that directly impacted the German and British market. And we're seeing the results of that now in terms of how the marketing and the PR that was being done in those countries, as well as with our agents in those countries, who we are no longer working with, produced a big negative in terms of our numbers. And so Brian and Barry and everyone are working to delve into that as well. So there are very solid reasons for why these issues exist today, and so we kind of have a roadmap to move forward in a more positive way. Anybody else? Commissioner Justice, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Loack, and everyone for the information. You know, that adjustment from traditional to digital has been, anyone who does any advertising in any business has been doing for the last decade. And we've transitioned as far as some of the, you know, limitations on our Gulf and Bay magazine. They used to go everywhere. Now it's more targeted. We have arts advertising targeted to the Sunday New York Times. You target your audience for the message that you want to receive. So, and as far as, you know, looking at all the way out, from when we started on the commission, where it was about $32 million a year in collection and taxes, and you look out on the last page where it looks like it will be $124 million a year in just 5 years from now, I think that the forecast is still pretty good. I did want to, and I don't expect you to have the answer today, but if at some point I could get, we're spending, when you break down, you get rid of the operating, the personnel, and you get rid of some of the conference and the spending we do there, but we're about $34 million in actual advertising, sale, promotion. I'd love to get a breakdown at some point of what the actual buy is. So for, you know, we're paying BVK and Miles to create material, we're paying for them to buy and place the ad, all those cost money and professional services, and I want them to make all their money. But I'm actually just curious what the actual buy is at the end of the day. How much are we actually spending in direct purchasing? And again, I don't expect you to have that today, but if at some point I could get that breakdown, I'd love to see it.
Happy to get you that information, sir.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Eggers was able to articulate my concerns a lot better than I was able to. I have another request, and that is, do you know how many tourists we have that would come here that would be classified as art visitors? Because we have a lot of very neat galleries and museums and the like, and maybe compare that to people that come here for sporting events, say in St. Petersburg, like baseball games.
We do. I don't have it at my hip right now.
Okay. And I just wanted to share with y'all, hopefully I'm not speaking too far out of school, but I was recently at Creative Pinellas, and next week or the week after, they are launching a very neat brochure for our arts visitors that will showcase all the different galleries that we have in Pinellas County.
And Commissioner, on that note, last year you did fund a cultural plan that was supposed to be ready for this year's budget, and it wasn't. And that's really to have that conversation about that visitation, where we should be spending money, to where we can target how we fund the arts and the connection back to the number of visitors. And it's unfortunate that we don't have that plan, because you did fund that last year. That's the carryover that they're asking for, but they simply didn't get it done as we needed.
So one of the numbers that has stuck in my mind, because I have several questions around that, is from the numbers we received at the TDC, the Dali Museum, as an example, Commissioner, brings 500,000 people from around the world to that museum every year. So that's kind of exciting to know.
And it would be, and one of the things we want to do is get better data to say, were they coming here and Dolly was a secondary thing that they did, or were they coming here for that? Because those are some of the questions I know you've asked, and that's where we need better data to be able to have these informed conversations.
Yep. So, anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick question. This is not really for Brian, but for Mr. Burton, about our timetable for big decisions, and if we're still planning to do it all in one big thing, or if we're going to make any individual decisions on these.
We have a couple
proposals.
things coming up, Commissioners, most notably about the beaches. The beaches, the issue with the Corps of Engineer has consumed us. And each time where we think we have an avenue, we get a new letter that has us going into a different direction. Next week at FAC, in fact, yesterday we had a conversation with Ginger at the Florida Association of Counties to put this on their radar. But I'm going to be talking to some of my peers as part of the county managers meeting next Thursday, and that's going to be touch off a bigger conversation with the counties. And the reason I say that is there's 10 counties and one city where they're the local sponsor on beaches where this is impacting them. The question is how much? For instance, we get one response back and they have 4 easements. Well, that's far different than the 400
Seriously.
easements that we need, and so it just takes a different priority for them. But we need to have that conversation, and Ginger's going to work with us, and we're going to establish that after the July 4th weekend to have another meeting statewide, because there's several of the county managers that won't be there that are impacted by this. So we'll have this as a separate meeting. She's going to bring her policy staff in to be able to have that conversation, even how to approach it. This is a really big deal statewide, and could be, throughout the United States, but I think more importantly here in Florida, we need a more coordinated approach to this.
So Barry, that meeting that you're having with county managers, is it open to the county commissioners that are going to be over there?
I'm going to introduce it at the county managers workshop. We're not going to have a meeting on that. We're going to have a separate meeting where we can bring everybody together via Zoom. Ginger just simply didn't have the resources to be able to pull off having a separate meeting. There's too many competing issues at FAC. So she asked us to hold off having that meeting, and we'll start with a Zoom call to where we can get everybody there.
So maybe at the end of the day, we really need to focus on bringing this particular issue to the next policy, or maybe
Well, it could be.
Meeting.
I think that's part of the thing I'd like to see us do is I think we need some horsepower on this. I mean, it's been us and really Kelly bringing this and working with our congressmen and senators but this is, I don't think there's any bigger deal that we've had to face, which is these changing opinions, not coming out of Jacksonville, but out of DC. And so this with the Corps of Engineers office. So we really need to put some horsepower behind it. And I think it would be better for us to come together with some of the larger impacted jurisdictions and work on it together. But we certainly can bring you a recommendation to go it alone. But we need to bring this to you, now. Now, separately from that piece of it, we're also going to be bringing you a discussion about the beaches, and that I think is scheduled for July 13th. So here next month, we're going to have a discussion, and Kelly is really going to kind of outline all these different issues and the way in which we're trying to address them, because each one's a little bit different. But we're going to go over the opinions and how that's changed. So I think it's a multi-pronged approach. It's not, one simple strategy, but that's coming to you here next month.
Well, so that leads me to, isn't the legislature going in session early this year?
The state legislature,
January.
It's early session, so they begin in January. However, they'll be going up for committee weeks beginning in early September.
So my question is, on top of everything else that you've been doing, Brian, do we have any kind of an idea or timeline on when we might be doing our joint state and federal meetings? It's got to be before that, right?
Well, it's typically during committee weeks when we do it, so probably in October, September, October.
Now, some of the other large capital items, we do not have a request from the Phillies yet. We are in conversation with the city, but we do not have an official request yet. Ongoing discussions with the Rays. You will be, the Dolly request will be coming to you. So some of the bigger items, we're bringing as they come. We're not trying to package them all into a big request. But the beaches and how much money we have, of course you see the numbers. You do have reserves, but the question is can we sustain it over time in the decision we make regarding how we treat that? And that's really the question that we're trying to, and that'll come to you next month. So we're not putting off these decisions. We'll bring them to you as we have them.
Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the beach renourishment issue, are we looking at the formula issue? And also on a separate part of that with the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm not a lawyer, but I have the honor of sitting next to one during all of our meetings. At some point soon, are we going to talk about perhaps suing somebody?
Two questions. First, in terms of the formula, we'd like to understand what it takes to solve the issue. And then we can talk about whether we need to adjust the formula or not. And that's been the hard piece. Each time we think we have a solution for Treasure Island's taken care of, we get a new letter, and now we have to rethink it. And so let's have that conversation. We can always change the formula. Or we can, if we think there's just a cycle where we're out of whack, we could take some money from the reserves that you see on your sheet and put it in there to sustain the fund. So you have options there. I think the better question is how to sustain our beach nourishment program. So that's coming to you next month. In terms of the Corps of Engineers, that's where I'd like to see us get advice. I think we need a lobbyist that focuses on this. The question is, do we go political on this, or do we go through lobbying the department, different strategy, and in turn, maybe some expertise in terms of technical expertise from firms to help us package this. Those are some of the questions that I think we need some advice on, and then you can make that decision. I'm not sure what the best way is. It's been kind of numbing when each time you think you have a strategy, you get a new letter the next day, and spins Kelly into a tailspin about what to do.
And the whole bottom line is we have a lot of tough decisions coming up and a lot of information to be digesting. So everybody put their thinking cap on and think a little outside the box, and stay tuned. Buckle up. We're going for a little bit of a ride. Okay? Any more questions for Brian and/or his lovely counterpart there, who has her fingers on everything going on, right? Anyone? No? Okay, you're off the hot seat for now, but I'm sure we're going to be bringing you back, so don't go too far away. Thank you, Jim. All right, and now I think we are poised to have a break for lunch, if that meets with everyone's approval. And let's come back at 12:45. Is that good with everybody? Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we are poised to resume our meeting. And if we could all please thank Della for providing us with such a lovely lunch today. She does such a good job taking care of us. And I even have a snack in case we've drone on a lot. Okay, next on the agenda is Public Works. And Kelly, welcome. How you doing? Do you have all our sand yet? I just had to ask.
I was hoping that this presentation wasn't going to get hijacked by beaches. It will come up, I know, but yeah.
I'm just teasing.
I know you
I
are.
had to do that.
Thank you.
So to give Kelly a chance to breathe, Charlie Jenkins is going to be presenting the budget side of things, and then as usual, we'll kick things over to the department. She's got Paul next to her as well, so good partners all around. Thank you, Public Works, and Charlie, you're up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to present Public Works' FY24 budget request. At the top of page 1 is the department purpose, followed by the budget summary. The department budget consists of the general fund, the County Transportation Trust Fund, the Air Quality Tag Fee Fund, the Surface Water Utility Fund, and funding from ARPA. The department is proposing reserves of $28.8 million, reflecting an increase of $640,470, or 2.3%. Excluding reserves, total expenditures reflect an increase of $1.4 million, or 1.3%. This increase is primarily driven by personnel services. Expenditures also include a local road resurfacing project. Both items will be covered in the FY24 budget drivers and the topics of discussion. The Street Lighting Districts Fund is also included in this review, but it is not a part of the department's budget. And this information can also be found in attachments 2A and 2B on pages 29 and 31. So next are the budget drivers and the topics of discussion. We're at the bottom of page 3. The first budget driver is related to personnel services. There are increases of $2.2 million, or 5.4%. These increases include a 3% salary adjustments on the midpoint for all employees and career path and ladders. There is a FTE variance of 5.6 FTE, and that is due to the 5 FTE that were approved as a part of the level of service millage that were not included at the time of budget adoption in FY23. The next budget drivers for operating expenses, there's a decrease of $314,780, or 0.5%. These decreases include a reduction in contractual services for the sidewalk contractual backlog in the County Transportation Trust Fund that was completed in FY23. This also includes $15 million of the $19.6 million millage for the enhanced level of service for local road resurfacing. There is a $1 million increase as compared to the FY23 budget, and this is used to offset inflationary increases. There is no change to the millage. This item ties back to the budget summary and is related to a topic of discussion that we will discuss momentarily. The next budget driver is related to capital outlay. There is a decrease of $764,020, or 10.2%. This does include a reduction in expenditures for pipelining in the Surface Water Utility Fund and reduction in costs for the fiber pilot project in the County Transportation Trust Fund. The next budget driver is for ARPA funding, and it is for the ARPA Sidewalk Condition Index and the ADA assessment. This is included in the ARPA fund table, which is at the top of page 3. Anticipated costs are $262,000, and this item was not budgeted in FY23. All right, moving on to the topics of discussion. For the first, we have the 9th cent Advanced Traffic Management Systems transfer. We're at the middle of page 4. The current transfer is $1.7 million. There is insufficient funding to complete ATMS projects in outlying years. However, there may be opportunities to supplement current ATMS projects with ARPA funds. All right. The next topic of discussion is the Transportation Trust Fund designated millage request for FY24. The first millage of 0.1279 is for fund stabilization, and it is designated for operating subsidy for current operations. The FY24 budget request is for $14.3 million, and that is based off of a 7% increase in property values. However, based on new growth rate of 11.8% increase in property values, that would reflect a budget of $14.9 million. The second millage of 0.1752 is for the enhanced level of service. This millage is designated for bridges, sidewalk, and trail maintenance, and local road resurfacing projects. The FY24 budget of $19.6 million was based off of the 7% increase in property values. However, based off of a new growth rate of 11.8% increase in property values, that would reflect a budget of $20.5 million. And this ties back to the budget summary and FY24 budget drivers. There we go, okay. The next topic is for the surface water special assessment rate increase. We're at the bottom of page 4. The rate is proposed to increase by 3%, which would increase from $117.74 to $121.27 per ERU. And that will reflect revenues of $19.3 million, and that's budgeted at 95%. This fund is projected to have insufficient funding in FY27 without cost and service reductions or additional rate increases. There is a maximum of a 3% increase per year up to a rate of $128.66 per ERU. That would include increases for 2 additional years, which would be FY25 at a rate of $124.91, and then FY26 at the max of $128.66. Recommendations via the 2013 governance and rate study are expected in fall 2023. And this information can be found in attachment 6, fund forecast on page 63. All right, the next topic is for the Street Lighting District's fund rate increase. There is a rate increase of 5%, which is proposed to fund operations and reserves. Beginning fund balance decreased $208,100 or 98.3%, and that is based off of the FY23 estimates increases from Duke Energy, which were a lot higher than initially anticipated. Reserves have decreased by 0.3% or 27.3% over the FY23 budget. This information can be found in attachment 2B, budget reports by fund on page 31. The next topic is for retention and recruitment. The department is facing challenges due to private sector competition that can offer increased pay. This affects mostly the labor positions and the professional engineering positions. Included in your report are 2 tables. One focuses on the annualized turnover at the end of each month, which has been trending upwards since December 2022. As of April 23, the annualized turnover is 13.5%, which is an increase of 5.9% since October 2022. The next table focuses on department-based recruitment times. Right. So the next topic is for inflation impacts on the budget, and this is due to increased prices and delays for materials, primarily steel, concrete, chemicals, and oil-based materials, and also increases for services that include delivery and/or mobilization. And then included in your report is a table that highlights the average increase of materials along with examples. All right, so next up are the FY24 decision packages. There are 3 of them, and we're at the bottom of page 5. And also this information can be found in attachment 4, page 59. All right, the first decision package request is for the replacement boat for the water quality monitoring program. This is a part of the Surface Water Utility Fund, and there are non-recurring costs of $58,000. And this will address an aging vessel that needs to be replaced. After initial cost, the vessel will be funded in the county's vehicle replacement program. And this does align with the county's strategic plan goal 3.3 to protect and improve the quality of our water, air, and natural resources. The next decision package is to continue contemporary staffing for red tide monitoring. This is also a part of the Surface Water Utility Fund. Recurring costs total $23,450. Existing staff resources cannot assume the additional duties, which is why this decision package was proposed. This also aligns with the county's strategic plan goal 3.3. The last decision package is to continue temporary staffing of 2 environmental specialists for the Water and Navigation Program. This is a part of the general fund. Recurring costs total $125,050. And this decision package will address the backlog of applications and compliance cases. Once resolved, these positions will be discontinued. And this aligns with the county strategic plan goal 5.3 to ensure effective and efficient delivery of county services and support. All right, so I'm going to move over to the operating budget analysis. Earlier, I gave a department overview of which is above in the budget summary and the budget drivers, but now I want to point out budget highlights within each fund. For the general fund, there is an increase of $730,600 or 3.1%, and this is primarily driven by a 5.6% increase in personnel services. And this was explained in the budget summary and the budget drivers. Expenditures include a 2.1% increase in operating expenses, which includes increases in professional services for the 126th landfill, consulting costs for the surface water assessment rate and governance study update, an increase in consulting costs for the flood forecasting model, a reduction in contract services for the Pinellas County Flood Mitigation Action Plan grant and mosquito control services. Expenditures also include a 2.2% decrease in capital outlay for the replacement of aging standard field equipment, and it also includes $4 million that was reallocated from 23 to 24, FY23 to FY24, and that is for the mosquito control helicopter. Revenues reflect a decrease of $52,100 or 1.8%. And this includes approximately $139,000 decrease in water and navigation permits, a $100,000 reduction in federal ARPA assistance one-time grant, $422,170 reduction in grant funding for the Pinellas County Flood Mitigation Action Plan. And it does include grant funding for the Pinellas County Vulnerability Assessment Phase 2. All right. So next up is the County Transportation Trust Fund, which is increasing $984,220 or 1.6%. This is primarily driven by 8.5% increase in personnel services and a 1.5% decrease in operating expenses. And this was explained in the budget summary and the FY24 budget drivers. Revenues reflect an increase of $2.7 million or 4.5%, and this is primarily driven by the 2 designated millages that was explained in the topics of discussion. There's an increase of $2.2 million or 7%. Reserves total $22.9 million, reflecting an increase of $205,760 or 0.9%. And this is another item that I do want to point out. The Tampa Bay Area Regional Transit Authority funding has been budgeted since FY21, totaling $153,540 annually. This item was not budgeted in FY24 due to the disbandment of TBARDA, anticipated July 2023. The next fund is the Air Quality Tag Fee Fund, which is decreasing $18,860 or 1.3%. This is primarily driven by a 45.4% decrease in capital outlay. And this was explained in the topics of discussion. The reduction also includes reduction in costs for an air monitoring shelter and a reduction in equipment required for maintenance of air monitoring efforts. Revenues reflect an increase of $93,310 or 7.0%. This is primarily driven by the air quality control tag fee revenue, which is increasing $85,500 or 6.4%. Reserves total $597,860, reflecting an increase of $82,370 or 16%. Next, we have the Surface Water Utility Fund, which is decreasing $470,700 or 1.8%. This is primarily driven by a 20.7% decrease in capital outlay, which is explained in the budget drivers and topic of discussion. Expenditures include a 1.4% decrease in personnel services due to a reduction in overtime, and also a 1.4% increase in operating expenses that include a land and water contract. Revenues reflect an increase of $806,370 or 4%. And that is primarily driven by the surface water special assessment fee, as explained in the topics of discussion, which is increasing $555,540 or 3%. Right, so reserves total $5.3 million, reflecting an increase of $352,340 or 7.1%. Last but not least is the Street Lighting District Fund, which is increasing $225,020 or 16.7%. And that's primarily driven by 16.8% increases in electricity costs, as explained in the topics of discussion. Reserve levels reflect a decrease of $2,050 or 14.2%. Right. Next up are the FY24 proposed fee changes. We're at the bottom of page 9. This information can also be found in attachment 5 on page 62. There are 3 proposed changes for FY24, but they all center around the after-the-fact permit application fee. The fee is changing from 1 fee to 2 separate fees based off of revised criteria and to assess more fairly. Previously, it was 5 times the normal fee plus any fines for all applications, but now there is an inclusion of a 2.5 times the normal fee plus any fines. There's a net revenue impact of $6,000, well, $6,000 decrease, and the department is shifting focus. The department is shifting in focus based on impact versus a one-size-fits-all approach. That concludes my portion of the presentation. At this time, I do want to hand it over to Kelly to discuss the department's accomplishments, work plan, and performance measures.
Great job you did.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Make one comment before I ask my question. I observed last week from home because I was sick. I did participate in the middle day, but I can't even remember all of the comments and questions. But I can tell you, as an observer, more of an observer than a participator, there's a lot of numbers being thrown around. I don't think there's a resident, and not because they're not smart enough, because they don't have the information in front of them. Because I'm following, you just try to, wait, what was he saying? Stop so I can get, it is, I'm not quite sure what the right method to transfer this, because a lot of the verbiage you say in here is really important. Not you, in general. But the numbers that you throw at, the dollars and the percentage increase and the decreases, and it just muddles the message. And I'm not quite sure how we deal with that. So that's just a comment. And I'm finding the same issue. I'm feeling better. I'm still finding the same. So maybe I'm still foggier than I think. So reserves. $22 million in reserves in public works. I'm assuming it includes all of the separate reserves that were listed here. That's the total?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that's in addition to our general fund reserves. So these are different reserves.
Correct.
And how are they used, other than when they're budgeted here? Why don't those funds just become part of the general fund reserves? Why are they separated out in such large quantities? I mean, this is almost half of what we have in the general fund reserve, excess. I mean, 7 million per excess percentage, so you're talking about 50 million, excess reserves. This is almost half, so just a question.
So, through the chair, if I may. So each fund has its own restrictions and requirements associated with it. So we couldn't just sweep those reserves and put them in the general fund. So that's the high-level answer to it. And each one of those funds, we're trying to keep enough in to still have reserves like we do in the general fund. So the recommendation we made a few weeks, months ago of 2.5 months is kind of where we're headed on these. Now, some are below that, and some are a little above it as well. But we cannot commingle the different funds. That's why they're separate, and that's why each one of them. And you're right, general fund. There is no reserve in the general fund in Public Works. It is completely wholly separate from what you have before you today.
So of the 22 million, how much of it is unrestricted?
All of it. All of it is restricted in one way or another. Yes, sir.
Public Works. And where those funds have been generated with excess revenue over cost over the years? Is that how they've?
Oh, that Commissioner, and like in the Transportation Trust Fund, that's a planned drawdown because that's a sinking fund. So we're getting.
Well, we've sunk in that fund.
Right.
So.
Well, and you had to put more money into it, you know, as a result. So that's probably your one area where you have more flexibility. But that's a remember when we 2 years ago we looked out that's going to continue to, unless they do something with the gas tax, because the gas tax does on an index at our level, it does at the state. That is going to continue to slowly go down, and so that's kind of a planned drawdown. But some of that money could be used, but it's trying to look at the health of that fund. It's really primarily there and in surface water utility. Correct. Those are the two primary areas.
I just feel like because this is part of the general fund as well, that we're almost double dipping on reserves. You have reserves for the general fund, which includes Public Works, and yet you have on top of that another set of reserves just for Public Works. And again,
yeah, I understand your question.
And so we have the 2.5, 3 months of reserves in general to begin with.
Correct.
With, like you said, and now we have kind of overlayered onto that piece of the general fund another batch of monies.
Address that, Kelly?
And I just was curious where.
Let's between.
We don't have to get into all that today.
Well, but between budget and Kelly, I'd like for them to try to address that because it was a planned drawdown on that, but I do see it's increasing this year to your point, and so I want to hear that.
Well, one piece of it, the initial millage increase, and Chris will jump in at any moment, feel free, was the millage to stabilize the Transportation Trust Fund. And that was, to use the term that we've been using, is to keep the lights on. That was, basically just to keep existing levels of service going. And that is what Barry's referring to as the planned drawdown, is that we build that reserve back up, and then we're going to, if you check the fund forecast, I didn't check it before I walked in, but you should see the reserve come plummeting back down.
Because you're going to get, as mileage gets better, it's a per gallon mile, then you're going to continue to see that fund bring in less money over the years. And if I recall, based upon your millage, now that's adjusted because the amount we on our property tax actually increased, so it's probably gotten better. But it took us to where the fund was stable to about 2030, maybe 2032. I don't really remember, something like that. And so it was kind of a planned drawdown to where we don't have a big hit to where we had to stabilize that fund again in future years.
That assumes that decreased use of gas.
Correct.
Well, but also, if I may interrupt for just a moment, we used to have this discussion, I can remember, maybe some of my former legislative pals do as well. That was a huge, big discussion in our Transportation Economic Development Committees on how we continue to fund Transportation Trust Fund. And, it's also the declining, the increase in efficiencies of modern day cars versus older vehicles that are on the road, coupled with the transition that all the car manufacturers are currently making to electric vehicles. So as more and more of those come on the horizon and whatever new technologies follow behind that, you're going to see this particular issue get more and more in our faces because we don't yet know how to compensate for that change in technology.
No, and I think that's a key point. And the point is that there's going to have to be somehow, that has to be addressed, obviously, because basically the electric cars are getting a free ride on our roads.
Correct.
And they do more damage to our roads than regular cars as far as weight goes, comparable cars. So it's doing more damage. It's providing less funds. That's going to have to be addressed, but none of that is in here.
No,
So,
it's not.
And the other piece is
And we
this
can't address that locally. That has to be at a
I
state
know,
level.
we can address the one extreme, we can't address the hope.
Correct.
That they're gonna do, I get that, but just remember that down the road. And then we have this .179 mils that we put in a couple of years ago, and that was the rate stabilization.
Correct.
The fund stabilization number. That, in effect, slows down that thing that you were talking about. So, again, I get back to the question about $22 million in the reserve.
Well, and we
So-
can look at that, and we could look at that between now and when we come back and we have our budget hearings. The other thing is, it's also covered the hyperinflation that covers the increased amount of roads and things like that. We've seen that, obviously, with our local roads. Frankly, we're not going to be able to address it in this year's budget. We need to be putting more money in local roads, and we've had neighborhoods that have been complaining because they're not going to get it till next year. But 2 years ago, they weren't even on the list to be covered in this penny because there simply wasn't sufficient funds available. So there's really a lot more we need to be doing with local roads. But I understand your question, and we can certainly discuss that internally.
Well, I don't disagree with that statement, but we also have the penny for Pinellas that's available to us for the roads as well.
We do.
Okay, and I know it's got its own.
We're going to have that discussion.
Yeah, we'll have that
next.
discussion. We'll have that discussion later. But I feel like we're always chasing our tail here, and so I just want to make sure that we're not. I see all of these layers of reserves, and it just inherently bothers me because they've been built up over the years for a reason, and we've had this discussion before, but we haven't had any real decision-making on it yet.
Right.
So,
well, and we brought that to you this spring. I got a lot of feedback from you at that time. And so you'll see some recommendations regarding our reserve levels as part of my budget recommendation.
So Commissioner.
all right. Sorry about
hold
that.
on.
No, I'm done.
Hold on,
I would
Commissioner.
say I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank
Jeez.
Commissioner Eggers for bringing that up because I was thinking the same thing, but he put it way better than I would have put it, so thank you for that. Is our reserve policy on these funds the same, 15%, the same as our regular general fund reserve?
No, we don't have a fixed rate on the transportation trust fund, but you probably do on the surface transportation, or do you?
Yeah, the surface water has one. I don't recall what it is. I'm going to have to get back to you on it. But generally, the 15% and what we're recommending is a 20.8%, the 2.5 months, is the default. If there isn't one, it falls back to that. But at the pleasure of the board, absolutely.
Well, I think that would be an interesting discussion when we discuss the policy on all these various funds.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
So Barry, as a point or a thought, maybe when we do come back and have that in-depth discussion about how do we shore up this depleting fund, and to Commissioner Eggers' point about electric vehicles causing more damage, maybe we should think about. Maybe we should think about when we have our delegation meeting, advancing a thought along the lines of, what if we encouraged our delegation to think about miles driven versus consumption of gas? That would certainly go towards alleviating Commissioner Eggers' issue about electric vehicles on our roads.
We can certainly look at that from a legislative standpoint. They know that. It has to be fixed at both a state and a federal level. And this goes back a decade that this discussion's been occurring. But it's really going to take some monumental leadership, at those levels to make that happen.
Somebody's got to start the conversation. Commissioner Justin.
And there was, thank you, Manager, there was a proposal, I think last year in the legislature about a fee or whatever for electric vehicle, extra fee for electric vehicle registration or something like that. So they are having some of those conversations.
Okay, anything else, Commissioner Eggers, for the good of the order?
I did have one other question.
I know, it's just burning.
I'm just making up for last week. Just one quick question. Stormwater,
How
Thank
soon
you.
they forget.
Stormwater fee and the changes to the ordinances that we're talking about, the work that the DRS has been doing to get input on stormwater, that has not anything to do with this surface water utility fund. This is separate.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that just on my list of things that I want to make sure that we address before we get out of, I don't mean here today, but this whole idea of stormwater, the stormwater regs coming, the changes hopefully that are coming, and some other things. But that, I don't want to embed that conversation in what we're doing. So thank you. I am finished, Madam Chair.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, look at that. We're ahead of schedule. Okay, next. The peanut gallery is alive and well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you our accomplishments and some other work plan items and things that we're working on. We had, in partnership with the Parks Department, we had 10 employees that obtained their Integrated Vegetation Management certification through the new Integrated Vegetation Management Committee and Strategy. We are actually putting that into practice at a pilot site on the unincorporated Seminole area off of 102nd Avenue. And so we'll be monitoring that site to, ensure that those practices are working and how we can change them as needed. But we are actually integrating that into our practices as well. We last year had a decision package for an engineer and training program that would offer us the opportunity to kind of build engineers internally to grow through the program. We finalized the development of that program, which allows a newly graduated engineer to move through the various disciplines within public works, transportation, stormwater, construction, survey, quality control, and more. We worked with the Human Resources Department to develop a new classification and workforce development and HR to perform a market evaluation and ensure our engineering positions were where they needed to be. So while we're a little behind on that, interviews are being scheduled now, but we've already utilized that new classification to bring in new talent. So it's already proved beneficial. Just updating our numbers on career development within Public Works. We've had so far fiscal year 23, we've had 52 employees complete a career path within their current position, and 12 employees complete a career ladder advancing to the next level in their professional development. We have 3 employees who are scheduled to graduate from the Florida State University Certified Public Manager Program this year. I graduated back in '06, so I'm very I really enjoy that program. It is all about leadership and soft skills development, and we have a lot of passion for that in Public Works. We have 7 division employee teams and 3 departmental employee teams that have been engaging with their peers on improvements within their specific divisions, but as well as the department overall. And these efforts continue to foster a collaborative, team-oriented, and supportive work culture within the department. We received over $500,000 in Safe Streets for All funding for the 49th Street Safety Implementation Project from 30th Avenue North to 140th Avenue North, which is on Forward Pinellas' list of high injury networks. We have been partnering with the Pinellas Opioid Task Force to identify steps to reduce pedestrian incidences along our road that are related to impairment. This has been a new journey for us, and we really appreciate that team bringing us in. We recently developed a public-facing map showing past and planned mosquito control activities that's scheduled to go live at the end of this month. And we've also developed dashboards that report out our service requests, trap data, and other information that helps inform our treatment strategies in mosquito control. We partnered with Pinellas Hope to work with residents who are largely non-car dependent on bicycle and pedestrian safety, including providing reflective gear to help improve visibility at night. And we added 7.2 miles of sidewalk and multipurpose trail to enhance our multimodal opportunities. Moving into environmental stewardship, as part of Phase 3 of the Living Shoreline Project at Philippi Park, we installed 700 linear feet of offshore oyster reef habitat. That included over 1,100 hours of volunteer participation. This new oyster reef provides valuable habitat, protects the shoreline from wave erosion, and will help improve the water quality in Old Tampa Bay, consistent with the goals of the Tampa Bay Comprehensive Conservation Management Plan. We had an amazing Take Your Kids to Work Day at Public Works. Over 100 kids came to the event with their parents, and several of them planted 10 buttwood trees on our campus to help with our campus greening efforts. We actually had several kids ask for jobs, so I'm trying to figure out how that would work with HR, but I think there's a path forward. Right? And I mentioned the integrated vegetation management strategy. Our first release of a biological control for Brazilian pepper is planned to be completed by the end of this year. Brazilian pepper is a terrible plant to try to eradicate. It takes over our natural areas, but it also takes over our rights-of-ways, and it's very, like I said, very difficult to get rid of. So the fact that a new biological control has come out is very, it's just a great opportunity. As part of our commitment as a tree city and in celebration of Arbor Day, we planted 250 trees with volunteers in our county parks. And we have 23 community pond projects scheduled for fiscal year 23 through our Adopt a Pond program, which helps communities manage their private stormwater systems. As part of the Pinellas Resilient Action Plan, in coordination with Hank and his efforts, we have established an internal public works team that represents all of our divisions. And we're coordinating on how we are going to be delivering on those efforts where Public Works is either a contributor or the leader on those assigned tasks. We have a new resiliency and sustainability SharePoint with a performance dashboard that tracks our progress on action plan implementation, verification of CIP projects using the flood resiliency tool to assess project vulnerability to risk to sea level rise and storm surge, which helps guide our decision-making process. And we're also tracking our progress with following the state's sea level impact projection assessment requirements for capital projects that receive state funding. Additionally, we worked with the Office of Resiliency and Asset Management to identify over $200,000 in cost savings through a Duke Energy program to convert all streetlight districts to LED. The cost of the conversion is going to be paid for by Duke Energy as part of their overall sustainability program, which results in efficiencies and cost savings to reduce maintenance on their part. And we get to expand our efforts to reduce energy consumption as well as save our citizens money. Last year, as part of our continued capital improvement program development, we completed part 2 of the project management manual. Building on that success, we developed a public works specific consolidated pay list item and cost projection estimating tools to track market conditions and improve our cost estimating. We completed a number of capital improvement projects this fiscal year, including North Highland. South Myrtle is well on its way to being completed, which is ARPA funded. Curlew Creek Channel D, bank stabilization, several boardwalk projects in support of our Parks Department, as well as Philippi Park North Bayshore Loop improvements. Our CRS program was audited and verified by FEMA, and as a result, improved the county's community rating system from a Class 3 to a Class 2, which is saving our NFIP policyholders well over $9 million, and we will have more information on that when it goes into effect in April of 24, so we'll have that actual number of the cost savings. But of specific note, we are the only coastal community in Florida to achieve a Class 2. We received an additional $5.2 million in grant funding through the Florida Division of Emergency Management for mast arm hardening at 9 additional intersections, so we'll be moving that project forward. We continued our infrastructure and art program with Creative Pinellas this year, focusing on traffic signal cabinets, and the artwork has been submitted for approval. The designs are very unique and very different. I'm looking forward to seeing that completed. As we ramped up the resurfacing program with additional funding allocated to the local road program, we expect to complete approximately 155 local road lane miles this fiscal year and 172 lane miles total. We rolled out a performance dashboard that displays progress, percent complete, cost per lane mile, and other data. We completed approximately 14 miles of sidewalk repair as part of the level of service improvement program. In utilizing the American Society of Civil Engineers criteria, we have developed an infrastructure report card for roads, sidewalk, coastal infrastructure, stormwater, and bridges. And by the end of this fiscal year, we will have a public-facing resource and infrastructure reports that shows how Pinellas County compares to Florida as well as the country. We have developed a departmental public engagement plan, engagement tracker, so we're looking at what we're doing when we're talking to the community, what is working and what is not. I'll give you an example. We try to notify people that a community meeting is coming up in a multitude of different ways. Maybe it's a postcard, it's variable message boards out there, it's next door, HOA notification, whatever we have available to us. And then when they attend the meeting, we ask them how they learned about the meeting. So that helps us target and use our resources more effectively, make sure we're getting the most participation we can. We delivered 9 public meetings to date this fiscal year, with 4 more currently scheduled, and expanded our web resources and project updates. On our work plan, we had in our work plan to develop a Grand Canal special assessment project. Obviously, that has shifted into an implementation project when the Army Corps of Engineers advised us that they would not be including the Grand Canal as part of the upcoming Pass-a-Grill nourishment. So we moved right into design. Design is nearly complete. The permits are in hand. We expect to go to bid this year and complete construction next fiscal year. As part of our commitment to improving our sidewalk network, utilizing ARPA funding, we are completing a sidewalk condition assessment that includes an ADA evaluation of our entire sidewalk network. That will be included as part of the county's ADA transition plan in partnership with the Office of Human Rights. We have developed and implemented a sidewalk maintenance program. So 2 years ago, when the board authorized funding to complete and address a backlog of sidewalk repairs, which we are proud to report we completed early, resources were assigned to ensure that we are actively managing our network and that we don't end up where we were before. And this program has been implemented. It includes both inspection and maintenance by in-house crews and contractors. We have a dashboard that monitors our service requests, work orders that we've completed, and the time it takes to complete. This dashboard pulls directly from CityWorks, our asset management system, so it is always live, displays the current status of the program, so we're able to report on it at any given time. And I know Jill checks on our dashboards regularly, so she is always in the know. As part of our upgrade to the software in our traffic control center, we're working on a public-facing dashboard that provides travel times on our local roads, safety data, and other information to our citizens and visitors. As part of the level of service enhancement, $14 million of the $18.3 million of the dedicated level of service millage was assigned to improving the condition of our local road network. And as I mentioned, we are expecting to complete 155 lane miles of local roads this year. Next year, the plan is 190 miles. We have a performance system to monitor and measure our progress. The dashboard includes what we've completed to date, how much it's costing us, the time, percentage. So we are making sure that we're staying ahead of the plan and making sure that we can deliver. This took a significant asset management approach from our team. We did not add any additional resources to go from executing a plan that was about $12 to $13 million a year to more than doubling that. We found ways to work collaboratively. Our transportation team, our construction team, our survey team, our project managers came together and we all brainstormed. And it took a lot of us saying, okay, well, we can't continue to do things the way we've been doing them because we can't deliver almost double the work. How are we going to do this? So it was really great to see the team come together and find ways to make this work and get the work done, but also working towards a collective goal. We are nearing completion on the ATMS ITS master plan update and expect to bring that to the county administrator very soon. We've been working with the city of Dunedin to develop a master plan for the Dunedin Causeway to address the significant maintenance costs related to that facility, as well as improve safety for the causeway users. As part of the State Road 60 Smart Corridor project, we'll be installing traffic control, detection, and communication equipment at 17 signalized intersections on State Road 60, CCTV cameras at 6 signalized intersections, and enhanced pedestrian detection at 3 signalized intersections. On Treasure Island and Long Key, you received an update from Barry last week. We are actively working with the Army Corps of Engineers in the city of Treasure Island to address any easement issues there. We are waiting on a real estate report from the Army Corps to determine what the needs are. We are not aware of any easement issues on Long Key. Paso Grill, which is also expected to be nourished with this project, we are not aware of any easement issues on that as well, but everything is to be determined with the Corps on that project at this time. The preliminary engineering study is in progress for the expansion of the downtown Palm Harbor regional stormwater facility in support of the Palm Harbor Master Plan. Implementation of the traffic signal mast arm hardening plan. We are at 100% design. Everything is all designed with the exception of the new projects. Phase 1 and 2 have been awarded. We'll be moving forward with the phase 3 and 4 in the near future. We're struggling to get bidders. And so we've been reaching out to contractors to see why they're not bidding on their projects and on our projects, and it's essentially because of DOT's work. DOT has so much available that they're not bidding on local projects. So part of our plan included developing an ARPA project delivery plan. Our project management team has worked incredibly hard to pull this all together. Not only are they working on Penny Promise projects, the additional resurfacing projects, but they also added ARPA projects into that. We're working on everything from safe routes to school to drainage improvements, sidewalk project, phase 1 of Rainieri Park, and more. We have brought in some contracted project managers to help us to make sure that we meet the very strict ARPA deadline so that we can expend that money. We do have a Power BI dashboard that utilizes project-specific data, including schedules and project sequencing, as well as financial data from Oracle to allow stakeholders to check on the project status through our departmental SharePoint. We have completed the regional stormwater facility policy, and the regional stormwater facility for the Sawgrass watershed within the Lealman CRA is in place. And the second phase of the regional stormwater facility project includes developing facilities within the Joes Creek portion of the CRA. We are utilizing the ARPA funding for land acquisition. Priority areas have been identified, and we're currently working with real estate on those next steps to move that project forward. On the performance measures, we're revamping our performance measures with all of the changes going on in Public Works and all of the new programs that we're implementing. We want to make sure that we are fully transparent and all of this information is at anyone who wants its fingertips. The corrugated metal pipe rehabilitation program was part of our surface water utility commitment to replacing deficient pipe, and we are getting towards the end of that program. Like I mentioned, our local road resurface, you can see, the difference in what the added funding has done to that program. I think the FY24 budget information may not have come out of the system correct, but that should be 190 lane miles. And then our national flood insurance program should be 2. We have developed performance measures for our capital project delivery, including on time, on budget. And we started with a framework developed by the Virginia Department of Transportation. This model is considered best practice and is being repeated by DOTs across the country. So our project managers all contributed to the factors that go into measuring that on time, on budget. This consensus approach to developing those project managers was critical for gaining support because they are essentially going to be held accountable. And so we wanted to make sure that we had full buy-in. These measures will go live once our new project management information system, or PMIS, goes live later this year. And it will be automated, so it'll be pulling data directly from the PMIS and Oracle financials, which will allow for effectively monitoring our project progress and outcomes. We also have implemented performance dashboards for all of the level of service programs that we have in the infrastructure area, including the curb and trail repair work, the upgrades at all the Pinellas Trail crossings, as well as bridge maintenance, so that we're ensuring that we are monitoring our progress on our commitments. I know that was a lot. I may have taken you off schedule, Chair Long. However, it is a big department and we have a lot going on.
And you absolutely do, and I absolutely love the fact that you take the time to share it. So thank you. Questions from anyone? Commissioner Eggers?
Thank you. I really, and just as an aside, and you can tell your folks that work for you, I think that some of the best people that I work with in the county, some of the heads of your departments, and even the next level down. We don't get to work with everybody else, of course, but it's really a good group, and I appreciate their accessibility to their time and their talents. Just a question on, I guess it relates to public relations, monitoring FDOT projects. How do we have links on our sites to FDOT projects? And how do we kind of encompass this whole concept of communicating this mass of things that we do for our residents' sake?
Well, we have two, kind of two pieces of that. Is one, there's the bigger picture from Barbara and her team and those efforts that they're doing, and then there's how do we engage our community with regard to delivering a project and making sure that their voices are heard and in the design, and what do they want to see. That is something, when we were in the pandemic and largely in a virtual world, we had a ton of participation. We would have virtual meetings and 100 plus more people were attending. The last meeting I was at was for 62nd Avenue down at the Lealman Exchange, and we had 50 people show up. And we're not willing to make decisions on 50 people on a corridor like that. So that has been a challenge. It really depends on the community. For the Bay Point golf course project, the entire community, again, but they live right around it, so they're very interested in it, and it was very, very well-attended meeting. On 54th Avenue, again, we just did not have the public participation in person, so we're starting over, and we're now going to have a virtual meeting to see if we can get more participation, because that is a major corridor, and there are a lot of businesses along that corridor, and while we may have had some residents show up, no business owners showed up to that meeting. So I would say our strategy is to try to be flexible and try to determine the best approach to engagement with each community. In person may not always be it. We have been trying, one of the things we've been doing, I mentioned notification. And we are specifically asking people when they come to a meeting or in a post-meeting survey is, how did you learn about the meeting? So that we know how best to reach our residents. We are asking them if the information they received was valuable. Did we not hit the mark on something? How we can learn, so that we're constantly, this is a constant evaluation of what we're doing, how we're doing it, and can we do it better from that initial step. As on how projects are going forward, we needed to, we were relying too much on our project managers to do everything. And we just kind of put that responsibility on them to keep their information on their projects updated on the website, and that was not getting done. And we kind of now pulled that away, and one of Barbara's team is coming into the Capital Improvements Division once a week, and he gets with every single project manager, and he updates their project websites. We're updating the resurfacing website every single week. There's the list of the projects that are going on in the next 2 weeks that are forthcoming. So a lot of that is trying to drive people to those resources so that they can get the best information that we have available, but then also have a contact right there. Okay, what I wanted to know is not there, but the project contact is right here, and now I can reach out to them and ask my questions. So it's a combination of things, and I have not found that there's a one-size-fits-all approach to anything when it comes to communication.
But I do think, as we've heard from our employees, a lot of employees like to work from home. It's easier, more convenient, I think people like to listen in from home too, I think, and so I think, to your point, I think we need to continue down that road we're trying to get as much input as possible. Next time we do one of those county survey things, we might want to add that question in there. It's like how best to interact or connect with the county on services needed, getting input or whatever it might be. There may be a real glaring message that we receive. And the second question I had for you related to the Army Corps. I'm assuming that every Army Corps interaction that we have on projects in Pinellas County goes through you? Are you familiar with all of our Army Corps? And I'm not going to quiz you on it, so I promise. I was just I'm trying to we have a focal point. My big concern is that we're having a lot of interactions with them, and we've had some unsuccessful interactions with them. And I think you almost get the feeling that that they're not happy with us. And so what are your thoughts about how it seems like we're getting support even from local Army Corps offices, and then somewhere else it changes. So whatever those projects are, maybe some general thoughts on the.
You know, our project manager is out of the Jacksonville office, and her day-to-day interactions are with John and sometimes John Bishop and I when certain questions come up. But, you know, to your point, and this is something that we talked about a couple of Fridays ago this was the Army Corps South Atlantic Division out of Atlanta that's directly tied to headquarters. The message is just very different. We had never met with them before. This was our first meeting with them. I think, you know, they were receptive to the conversation, but I got the general tone that this was not going to be successful. You know, and I asked John to, you know, and Barry was, you know, wanting to have a conversation with other counties and cities that are experiencing the same thing. So I asked John to reach out to his peers at all of those governments and talk to them about their challenges and what's going on. And it's the same. They may have a different project manager, or even, you know, one of them being up in the Panhandle is not actually managed out of the Jacksonville headquarters. It's managed out of the Mobile headquarters. But there definitely is a different perspective. Jacksonville, you know, they're focused on getting projects done. How do we make this happen? How do we work together? You know, very collaborative, and we've always had a great working relationship with Jacksonville. The challenge is just as, you know, Corps headquarters changes policy, and how does the various district offices out there in the country adapt to those different policy changes. And I think that's possibly where some of the disconnect has occurred, is headquarters is saying one thing and SID is saying another, which is an intermediate office, and then you've got Jacksonville, and they're all trying to interpret what something means. And that is one of the discussions we had a couple of Fridays ago, is a consistent message, you know, that we can move forward with, because it has been, you know, we get one message from the ASA, and we understand the challenge and we feel that there's a path forward, but then we get another message from headquarters that there is no path forward. Like Barry said, every single day is a different email, a different letter, a different challenge. They did say they were working on that, is that there is only one message from the Army Corps, and that message is 100% of perpetual public access easements or no nourishment. That's not a Pinellas County thing, that's a country thing. It started with Sandy up in New Jersey. It's affecting North Carolina. It's affecting projects in Florida, as you know, as we know. It's not a Pinellas County thing. I think we were probably tagged first, because it happened right when we were in the middle of a nourishment project in 2018. Brian has been wonderful to work with. Harry Glenn has been helping us, you know, at the DC level. You know, I don't think it's an individual or, you know, the message that we're bringing. I think it's, you know, the Corps has changed gears on their policy, and they want unified. It is a one-size-fits-all approach to how these projects are delivered. I also, would say that the other thing that I want to make sure that we all understand, and I know we have a work session on this coming up, but the Army Corps wanted to make it just painfully clear, abundantly clear, that even if we could find a path forward, one of the questions we asked is just can we change the cost share where we pay more for those areas, or we find a way to fund those areas without easements. The Corps doesn't participate in cost share in those areas, but they cost share on the others. We're getting different messages on that. But if there is a path forward on that, they wanted to make it abundantly clear that if we are hit by a storm, they are not coming. If we do not have 100% of those easements in place, they are not coming. And we do not qualify for FEMA reimbursement if we were to do a project ourselves because it's a federal project. So that would be $200-300 million plus if we had to rebuild that beach on our own. So
And that policy, it started, it was pretty recently, right? I mean, Sandy, you said since Sandy.
Sandy is when they realized they had a problem.
Okay.
So Sandy just completely destroyed the beaches of New Jersey. You had houses almost falling into the ocean. They were getting ready to go out there, rebuild that beach, and realized they did not have the appropriate land rights.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talked about water, we talked about sand, let's talk about air. I apologize if we have an update, I just don't remember. Do you know off the top of your head, or can you provide us information on the latest with the air quality issue in Childs Park in St. Petersburg?
I will say that the number of complaints that our air quality team is receiving has gone down. We are basically an arm of DEP. Okay, so we are basically, our job is to make sure that the permitted facilities within the county are adhering to their state permit. So if they are operating in compliance with those permits, that's pretty much the limit of our authority there. We do have a nuisance odor ordinance on the books that we can cite people under. But I can tell you, if you've ever gone for a walk, I live near the Bel Air Causeway, and in the morning when I walk my dog, I smell bacon, and I can't figure out whether it's coming from Panera or Maggie Mae's. Odors are very hard to figure out where they're coming from, and there are so many sources in that area. It makes it very difficult to establish, unless you're like standing right specifically on it and you got it. So that's one of the challenges with odors in general. We are working with EPA. EPA has got some specialized equipment that they may be willing to loan us that is capable of detecting some of these chemicals that are emitted by industry. So we're waiting on that. We have also received, you noticed in the budget package, there was a statement about a one-time ARPA fund in the air quality program. We are working with the city of St. Petersburg to locate a routine monitoring site down within that general vicinity. So it doesn't pick up, those types of chemicals that are in the air, but it's more general air quality, ozone, particulates, and those types of things.
So to this point, we still haven't identified the source of the issue.
There are various issues down there. We have identified violations at Halco, and they have received violation notices. We have had issues with a City of St. Petersburg sewer release valve that was causing some odors, and worked with them to resolve that. We have found some odors that we thought might be caused by the gas system within the area there, and been working with TECO. There's just a lot going on down there, and actually pinpointing that is been very challenging. Okay. But we continue to work with the city and the community, and we're trying to bring those resources in from EPA to help us better pinpoint what's going on down there.
Very good, thank you.
Any more questions, anybody? Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Kelly, thank you very much for that very detailed report. And I want to thank you for welcoming me and giving me a great tour down there at Public Works. And one of these days, I'm going to come down there and shovel asphalt with the guys, too. So, just a quick question on, where was it? On the Brazilian pepper trees. Can you explain what the biological control of that is?
It's like a weevil.
A weasel.
A weevil. It's a bug
Okay.
that only eats Brazilian pepper. A few years ago, the USDA also provided a biological control for air potato, which is another invasive that eats up a lot of staff time in parks and public works. And, we got those bugs and we released them out in areas, and boy, it just decimated the air potato. It was awesome. So we're really hopeful that this bug will really love our pepper.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions, comments, concerns? Thank you again, Kelly, for your comprehensive report, always full of great, important data that we all need to know. And with that said, I think we are on to the last thing on our agenda today, which I know is just going to be riveting. Right, Barry?
Absolutely, and they're on their way up. Commissioners, you do have a presentation in your packet if you care to follow along.
Through the chair, we have Andrew Brown going to present with Jackie Trainer next to him. And we do have it up on the screen this time. So this is our one and only PowerPoint in the entire 6 days of BIS outside of the opening session. So we've got these two. But Drew, take it away.
Is there a reason for that? I'm just curious because I find it so helpful to see it up there. What?
No, the answer is we've always done it that way, which is the worst answer in the world, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. So I have listened to what Commissioner Eggers said today, and I've listened to what you've just told me today. We have things we can do better.
Well, okay, carry on.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've never seen Chris speechless, so that was nice. With me today is Jackie Trainer, my manager. I'm the capital budget analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. And today we're going to review the capital improvement program specifically for governmental projects. You'll hear me refer to it as the capital CIP for short. We also have some department directors with us today to answer any project-specific questions you might have. Before we get started, we did want to thank our partners in the departments just because it's been a challenging couple of years for capital planning with COVID and everything, and so we want to give them a shout-out because they've been really great partners over the last couple of years. So, with that, we'll go ahead and jump into it. We are specifically going to discuss the Governmental Capital Improvement Plan. Those are projects that are managed by Public Works, Parks, Department of Admin Services, and Safety and Emergency Services, so your roads and bridges, radio towers, things of that nature. These projects are primarily penny funded. There are some other funding sources in the Capital Projects Fund, like Tourist Development Tax that funds your nourishment projects. You also have the Local Option Fuel Tax, which funds your Advanced Traffic Management System projects, or ATMS for short. The CIP is a 6-year plan that balances the needs of the community within the projected revenues. The first year of the plan, FY24, must be balanced, and the outer years are just that. They're a plan, and they are subject to change based on the needs of the community. Again, we're going to focus on the penny portion of the plan. So just to recap what the penny for Pinellas is, It's been approved since 1990. It was most recently approved in 2017 with 83% of the vote. We're in the fourth decade of the penny, which is January 2020 through December 2029. Per the interlocal agreements with the various municipalities, beginning January 1st, 2020, 11.3% was set aside for countywide investments. 8.3% is going to economic development, capital projects, and housing. And it's actually being split between those two categories. And then 3% is going to jail and court facilities. And then finally, after those countywide investments are taken off the top, the county and city distributions are 51.75% for county, 48.25% for cities. This next graphic shows the funding sources of the planned activity for the Capital Projects Fund for FY24. So this is the next year coming up. You can see we plan on doing $264 million in expenditures, and you can see what the funding sources are for those expenditures. And as you can see, Penny is the primary funding source of our Capital Projects Fund. But there are other funding sources. Grants is another large one. You can see your local option fuel tax and your tourist development tax up there as well. So, but again, Penny is the primary funding source. This next graphic is showing you what those $264 million are going to be spent on in FY24. And so again, you can see our largest category is transportation, and you can see the other various categories as well. But that's just giving you a bird's eye view of what we intend to spend those expenditures on. Included in your backup, and you don't have to turn there now, but included in your backup is something titled Attachment 1, Project Budget Detail Report. And in that report, it gives you a much more granular view of those projects. It actually gives you a one-page per project view. You can see all the fiscal years, the funding sources, the different categories they fall in. So we did want to mention that's included in your backup. So this is kind of our agenda for the rest of the presentation for the Capital Projects Fund. A couple of things we want to touch on are revenue projections have been updated for Penny. Expenditures have been updated for the plan for FY23 estimate 24 through 29. Additional funding requests for existing projects have been programmed in. And we've also programmed in several new projects into the proposed plan. And we're happy to report that the plan is balanced for the 10-year forecast. So on the previous slide, we mentioned that we updated revenue, and we did want to give you kind of a snapshot of kind of how those estimates have gone over the years. In our first category, or our first column, I should say, you have 2017. During the education campaign back in July 2017, you can see Pinellas County's distribution right here. We estimated for the decade it would be $914 million. In July 2020, when COVID became a thing, you can see a 6% decrease to $862 million. I do want to mention that the percentages are as compared to 2017. So it's not compared to the previous year. It all ties back to what we thought we would get in 2017. June 2021, it gets a little bit better, decrease of 4%. By June 2022, per the state estimating conference, we believe that the decade will finish 14% higher than we originally anticipated. And just recently, we updated it this month, and you can see it decreased a little bit at 13%. So that far column over there is what we're estimating the county penny portion will be. You have your countywide investments up top there, and the municipalities total down at the bottom. So kind of just give you a snapshot of where revenues have gone the last couple of years. I do want to mention that this year, the most recent distributions collected through March for Penny, so 6 months, 50% of the fiscal year, we are 4.6% higher year to date than last year. So we're actually doing better than last year, which was kind of our recovery year. Compared to FY19 prior to the pandemic, this year is averaging 34% higher. So that was the most recent year prior to the pandemic, and you can see we're recovering.
Excuse me, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said we're trending 4.6% higher this year than last year. Is that factored into the June 2023 figure of just over $1 billion? Or is that over and above what you think this might be?
I think that June 2023 might be a little bit of a conservative estimate. I say that because that is based on July 2022 state estimating conference. This July, I don't know if they release it in July or it's for the month of July, but it's released in August. But we'll get a new estimating conference that's released and we can update it then. It's just to say that this year's turning out better than we anticipated previously. So.
Thank you.
We also mentioned to you that we've updated estimates, also referred to as additional funding requests. And again, in your backup, you actually have a document that outlines all the additional funding requests that cross a certain threshold. That threshold is $250,000 and 15%. They're broken into these 5 categories. And in that document, you have a summary by project as well as the description/justification. And again, it's broken into these 5 categories. Quickly, I'll explain what the categories are. The bid results are simply that. A project went out to bid for construction. We received the bid results and updated the estimate. It's expected to be somewhat final. It is subject to change, but it's expected to be final. Current day pricing, this is your inflation category. Both historical inflation that's occurred as well as anticipated inflation that we expect in the future. The department's worked hard on what's called an escalation factor to try and capture future inflation impacts that we anticipate. It relies on several estimating sources that we can provide to you, but that is your inflation category. Grant funding is the addition of grant funding to the plan that wasn't previously there. No impact to penny, it's just the addition of future grants. Addition of outer years. Our budget software is a little limited in the sense that it only goes out 15 years. When a new fiscal year out in the future comes available, we can then program in numbers, and that's all that category is right there. It's the programming in of a very future fiscal year. And then finally, scope change, which I do want to camp on a little bit. This category encompasses many different things. For example, a project's limits or specifications may have changed, meaning we're paving from road A to road B, but now we're paving from road A to road C. So a traditional scope change. Or a project, once we began design, we may have realized that there are other requirements by law or maybe permitting requirements. And so a sidewalk project turned into sidewalk and drainage. So this category does capture a lot of different things and not just a traditional scope change.
Question?
Commissioner Justice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you probably don't have an exact, so just looking for anecdotal more, how many of those have been not just what you're talking about where we started to pave and we realized we needed drainage, but we wanted a two-seater and we ended up with a bus?
That is a great question. I don't have that in front of me
No offense,
right.
Commissioner Scott.
I don't have that in front of me now, but in that detail, it does outline which ones are of that nature versus which ones are requirements by law. It does go into that detail.
And I think too, you know some of the projects where when you put this together, 2017, there was very little time spent on going in and doing scoping for the project, and that's where you're running into some of those issues.
And I know we had at the Justice Center, we had significant, not only cost, but expansion of scope there. And it happens with, and I'm not looking to say that it's, frivolous or anything like that, but it is, more than just what you're talking about with the traditional.
And I think when we come up on the next penny, putting some money aside to actually do some scoping for projects would be money well spent. That way you have a better estimate, as you kind of go into it.
So just to recap, this is included in the plan and we are balanced. So again, reflected in your CIP plan. What's also included, do we have a question? Yes, sir.
Before you ask your question, did you hear what he just said? Aren't you proud of that?
Say that again.
Their piece is balanced.
I heard that. Yeah.
Like I'm just asking you, aren't you proud of that?
That's very good. I mean, sometimes I get sometimes I get a little worried that it's balanced because I'm not quite sure what the implications are for us today. And we balance it out like that, but we're not committed to it. It's just balanced.
Yeah.
Now, in 2 years, it may not be balanced. And those are all plus numbers, I'm assuming, right? So you add them all up and it comes to 233 additional, right, for the rest of the penny? Is that right?
Yeah, it takes us to the, yeah.
Say that? Minus
I
the
was going to say the grant and the addition of the outer years. The addition of the outer years are technically beyond this penny, and then the grant's obviously no net impact to penny, so.
Okay, all right.
Exclude those
Thank you.
two.
Thank you.
Anyone else while we're here? No? Okay, please continue.
So again, those additional funding are added to the plan. Also added to the plan are new project requests. You can see them on the screen there. We have an interlocal agreement with the Clearwater Transit Center. We have a cooperative funding agreement with Ridgemore. Both of those are included in the plan, and those were impacts to Penny, but they are funded. We then have 6 county projects added to the plan. You have signalization improvements and 22nd Ave signal improvements, and I believe Kelly actually touched on those earlier. Those are Penny funded. One of them is partially grant funded, but it's no net impact to Penny because there was an existing Penny allocation that was utilized for them. So no net impact to Penny. Next, you have the Pinellas Trail Phase 5 and Joe's Creek Phase 2. Those are preliminary design only, grant funded, no net impact to Penny. And then lastly, you have 2 supervisor of election projects, tab room and first and second floor reno. Those were an impact to Penny, but again, programmed in the CIP, and we remain balanced.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're up 233 on the last page and 30 plus on this page, so 260 plus million additional projects that weren't in the original plan that we're still balanced out on.
Yes, sir. So if I actually back up a slide, you'll see the addition of the outer years and grant funding total 90 million. The current day pricing and the bid results aren't just Penny. There is LOFT mixed in there, I think, and TDT, and but the majority of it is, and then you have the scope change category. We're going to get to it at a later slide, but essentially what assisted us with it is your revenues are up 13% as compared to 2017, and then there are some projects that have been reprioritized out for various reasons that we'll touch on.
Yeah, and I don't know how much this factors in, another dip. I know we always factor a dip in, but then the dip seems to be bigger than what we anticipate. But I would just take this time, Barry, to say that things like the supervisor elections, that's something that we should definitely be going out Tallahassee for at least a portion of that, if it's for election security and enhancements that are, according to the backup material, required by law for their functionality. I'm not saying that Tallahassee would pay for that whole thing, but depending on who the leadership is and what their priority issues, election security could certainly be something that we could get some state money for. Just put that on the back of your. Thank you.
Makes sense.
Anybody else? No? Continue, please.
So again, those are included in the plan. This is your capital fund forecast, and I apologize I don't have FY30 up there, but you can see revenues in the green line, expenditures in the orange line, and then fund balance. You can see that we're balanced for 24, 25, 26. You can see we're a little upside down in 27, but balanced again in 28, 29, and if 30 was up there, it would show balance as well. Historically, we don't spend what we estimate, and so that allows for a natural smoothing of planned expenditures to occur, and we do believe that that'll balance FY27. So just to recap, the capital fund for the 10 years is balanced. I mentioned earlier that you have the countywide investments, the set-asides. You also have tourist development tax and local option fuel tax that have specific purposes and what they fund. We track those separately to make sure that no one's borrowing money from someone else. So all those categories are balanced. You can see a little asterisk next to ATMS. That's because there's a pending change that we're discussing that will balance it. So those categories are balanced. And if there's no questions, I have a second portion of my presentation that's an update on the 2017 Penny Education Campaign.
Okay, hold on just one second. Let's double check. Any questions at this point? Anybody? Mr. Eggers?
Nope.
Mr. Latvala? Okay, we're good. Everybody is just very excited about what you've presented thus far.
I appreciate that.
By the way, I would just like to say, this is my personal thing is I'm not the numbers person, so I really appreciate all the numbers that are in the presentations, even though they're big. But it just really helps to more understand the complexities and the largesse of our particular county in terms of our financial needs and the needs of our citizens in order to continue providing the quality of life that we've all come to live and enjoy and have expectations that it'll continue. So I'm really, really pleased at the way in which this budget has been presented, and I'm so happy to see it up there in big print. Thank you ever so much. Just FYI, you're welcome. Why is that funny?
Just listening to you opining.
Okay. Well, we certainly have had our share of listening to you, Commissioner.
Well, you didn't hit any from me last week. So.
That's true. And we missed you terribly. It was really awful getting out right before or right after lunch.
So next we have
Okay,
the.
I'll stop now.
Thank you. We can move on.
Yeah, we can move on. Thank you. Uh-huh. You notice who's here. I rest my case. Please continue.
Yes, ma'am. So next we have the penny commitments. Included in your backup is that original 2017 education campaign document. It looks like that. It's got Abraham Lincoln silhouette on it. It's there for your reference. So just to recap regarding that document, in 2017 we conducted what's referred to as the education campaign. It was public outreach focused on community input, educational presentations, and some surveys, and that is the list that resulted from it. Back in 2017, this is what we were anticipating. We were anticipating $915 million in revenue, and you can see the various categories how we anticipated it would be spent, and so that was kind of the identified needs at the time. At the top of every page of that document was a disclaimer that, you know, the needs of the community are subject to change, and we revisit and reprioritize every year. So that is what it was.
So I have a question. I'm not sure who to direct it to. But you remember the last time we were getting into the renewal of the penny and we were going through all of that? I'm curious because I know we brought it up at some point a few weeks or a month or so ago. At what point will we start putting out around the county those fabulous little informational signs that we did in the past that let our citizens know exactly why a particular thing was going on or as it relates to construction and disturbances and traffic flow and all of that? Have you given any thought to that yet?
Oh, yes, and we do have a plan. Maybe Jill, do you want to speak to it, or Barbara? Barbara's coming up.
Excellent.
Yes, we have discussed that in great lengths.
Good to know. Hey there, you've been remarkably silent through all of this.
Maybe that's a good thing. Barbara Hernandez, Director of Communications. So yes, we do have an updated Penny for Pinellas education plan. It focuses around the accountability on the projects that we're doing. One of the key things that addresses your specific question is we have revisited our signage guidance, and we're actually finalizing our new sign templates that will capture for the penny recognition on the new projects. And so we're going through that final review now, and we're going to be putting it out. We also created a Discovering Pinellas video on the penny that it's pretty much ready to go, and we're sharing with some of our community partners, as well as some other initiatives that you're going to continue to see over the next few years.
And so as it relates to that, Barbara, in your leadership program that you offer to our citizens, do you cover any of this in there?
We do talk about the penny high level. We don't have a specific section on the penny. That's a good input.
But Commissioners, also, you know, it's part of keeping our citizens informed about how their money is being spent. Barbara and her team have so many more tools today, you know, so, you know, advertise or, you know, putting out information about a project in South County. Now you can target the folks that receive that information. And so there's a lot more we can do to say we're completing these projects, we're doing that, and that's all part of their efforts.
And to Barry's point, one of the other things we're looking at is when we put out information to residents about a penny project in their neighborhood, in their community, is adding that penny accountability. We call it the accountability, the logo, this is being paid for by the penny, in the communication that actually goes out to them. So it's not just an informational flyer, it actually tells you where the money is coming from.
Wonderful. I think that's really important for our citizens to know. Okay, thanks so much. Sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
So again, this is what we thought in 2017. Fast forward today, this is now updated. So you can see revenues at 1.03 billion. It went up about 100 million, and you can see the new categories. We did provide a table out to the right to kind of summarize it for you. Most categories are staying the same. You can see roads has increased, community vitality has decreased. It is not that community vitality projects aren't being done, there's just alternative funding sources for them, and they're no longer penny funded. So we are remaining true to those categories.
More into roads.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Chris?
through the chair, a lot of that is ARPA. Like, ARPA is funding what would have been penny funded at one time. That's why the projects are getting done. They're just not getting done with penny.
Excellent.
So yes, this has been updated this year. So finally, last couple slides. Last year, we had mentioned that all 2017 projects were included in the 10-year plan with preliminary construction estimates. That largely remains true. There are a handful that are still being, I guess you could say, incubated or studied. There's some more study that needs to occur before it becomes a capital project. There's only 3 of those. And then finally, we did update the estimates this year in the 10-year plan, and there are some that we want to report back to you, capital projects that have been scheduled beyond FY30, and so we'll pivot to that.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the first project is 126 Ave, and we do have Kelly here to answer any project-specific questions, but essentially, we are proposing that we complete the PD&E study within this decade, and the construction be moved out beyond FY30, be marked funding source to be determined, simply because Penny 5 hasn't been voted on, and it's beyond FY30. And I apologize, I missed a line. There are FDOT requirements around the Showtime Speedway, which could impact acquisition and increase estimates significantly, and so more studies needed.
I just want to clarify, because I don't want to put out bad information. We talked the last time about on East Lake, a phased approach, obviously. This is a multi-penny, but there is anticipation that if we get through this process, we'll be able to do projects in this penny to help alleviate some of the issues along East Lake Road, correct?
Yes, we have multiple projects, including, we have the project on Keystone that's supporting the fire station to improve their ability to get out in emergency situations. We have an access management project going on near Ridgemore. We're proposing to move the 2 bridge projects that are part of the East Lake corridor widening up in the plan and do those this penny. That would allow us to extend the 6-lane divided segment up to Tarpon Woods Boulevard from Tampa Road. It would also bring the limits of the PD&E study that we need to federalize the actual widening up. So it would help to expedite that process.
I just didn't want anybody to think that East Lake was being put on a back burner.
Yes.
There's some things that can be done. They need to complete their PD&E, but
On the road widening, correct.
correct on the
Yeah.
road widening. Some of that can be moved out depending on the outcome of the PD&E.
Yeah, and we also have some other intersection improvements that we plan on doing this penny, including extending some of the left turn lanes so that we're not having that queuing impact in the through lanes.
I just wanted to comment also, some of the things that you all are experimenting on, I say experimenting, it's not really experimenting, but trying up on East Lake Road and Keystone, I think have made a difference. I mean, I don't know if you guys are out there observing at all, but some of those subtle changes in how you're managing the intersection, I think has been great, both at Trinity and at Keystone. So I think those are just low-hanging things that we can grab and try to make it happen. So.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the system and the data that it produces, and allows us to adjust the timing, the throughput in those directions. And that, I think those changes were actually made to kind of reduce some of the time on the side streets and allow more through traffic to get through. We also implemented some of the detection equipment that I was talking about up in that area, so that we are getting that real-time feedback in the traffic control center, and they can make those adjustments.
It's just awfully frustrating when you're sitting at a light going north and there's no cars going across, but the light's still there, and this is work traffic. And you look in your rearview mirror and it's backed up as far as the eye can see. So those kind of adjustments are, and I know there's some things that they were discovering along the way, but really great stuff, so.
Yeah, and making those adjustments during peak periods, that's, that's the smart technology, and, we're going to bring that in as part of the solution in all of these issues. I mean, traffic is obviously a major issue in this county. We've got congestion, we've got capacity, we've got safety issues, and, there is no, I use that term, one-size-fits-all strategy to all of this, but the technology is a huge piece of it, and how we actually use the system.
And Commissioner, you're going to get a report, and when will we be bringing that to them on this fall?
Yeah, so our update to our ATMS master plan is coinciding with the state's update to their plan and the practices that they're requiring. So what we're doing is we're actually utilizing the same engineering firm that is doing the state's update to have input on ours, so that we make sure that we're not out of step. It put us back a few months, but it allows us to make sure that there's alignment with the state as we move forward. So it will be later probably this fall, but we are getting deliverables along the way, so pieces will be available sooner.
The idea, Commissioners, is to have a plan that people don't really care whether it's a state light, a county light, a St. Petersburg light. They want to get from point A to point B. Having uniform technology to where then you can update that, and you really they can integrate and talk to each other to where you can move from point A to point B is key. But that investment, coming out of that, it should help us tell us what that number is. I can't tell you if it's $2 million or $200 million to go to that next phase of the technology. But as we come out of that plan, it'll begin to give us some ideas about how to get more capacity out of our existing roads. And that's, the whole idea of the 9th cent. But, technology's changed. And so the investment in that technology, but they'll have an overall plan for the county, not just county road plan. And that's the reason I'm real curious as to what comes out of the study that's being completed.
I can't wait till it's completed either, so while you have your focus on North County and Commissioner Eggers' intersections he so worries about, please don't take your eyes off the intersections in Seminole. It's gridlock there. You can't go from point A to point B in any reasonable time certain. It's just, yeah? Well, yeah, because there's so many people. I don't know where they're coming
And
from.
so many lights and so many lights in a very short distance.
Thank you. Do we need all of them? Don't even get me started, Jill, because
You're going down a rabbit hole here, aren't you, Jill? When we deny people lights, that's the issue, and but each development, each subdivision would like to have a light. Obviously, it has a very large impact on a region when that occurs.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt your explanation.
So we touched on East Lake Road. I did want to mention that this is included in your backup. It's titled Projects Completed Beyond 30, so all this is included, a before and after with descriptions. So I'll go ahead and touch on these next three, and that'll conclude our presentation. There's one more remaining 2017 penny list project, that's Spring Branch. There's actually no change to the proposed schedule. We're just proposing that we mark the beyond 30 amount as funding source to be determined instead of penny, because again, it's beyond this penny decade. Next, you have 62nd Avenue. which we are proposing that we complete design and move construction beyond FY30 and market funding source to be determined. There is a corresponding 62nd Avenue project that's a 2017 list that will be completed in that decade. And Kelly, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, but that's the proposal.
No, the current project is moving into the PD&E phase because we want to ensure that we are eligible for federal funding to construct that component of it. This segment of 62nd Avenue is very complicated because there are a lot of floodplain issues, and so we anticipate the design is going to get extended out because of that. We don't want to, solve one problem and create another. So it is going to delay the design on that, just given all of the challenges along that particular segment of 62nd.
And then lastly, we have Starkey Road, which we are completing design this decade, but changing construction, which would be beyond this decade, to funding source to be determined. And that is not a 2017 list project. So just to summarize, the penny 10-year is balanced. We are fulfilling the 2017 penny commitments, or we can give an account to them. Project estimates are updated. New projects have been added to the budget. And we are planning on making those proposed changes to those beyond 30 projects for the proposed budget. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. Questions? Comments? Great job, both of you. Very well done. And Kelly, too, especially. Very good. Okay.
Great. Okay, Commissioners, that's what we have for today. What I've asked Chris to do is tomorrow when he does his budget, or actually, we already did your budget.
We did.
We'll substitute general government that's scheduled for Friday, and that way we don't have so many issues pressing Friday. I will not plan for lunch on Friday, so we have a real target. Okay.
Okay, David. Did you hear what he said? You know how hungry I get, and I get cranky.
Well, we can always order pizza at that. We only need an hour, so we'll see how the sheriff's budget goes and adjust accordingly.
Okay, we'll wait till Friday and see if that holds up. All right, we have a lot to accomplish, but I thank you very much for your indulgence and your patience and your wonderful sense of humor that makes it all worthwhile. Thank you, everybody. See you again tomorrow. Don't be late.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome.